Don't miss out on the last few weeks of football action with Prize Picks, the best place to win cash while watching the playoffs. The app is simple. Pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash. Download the Prize Picks Daily Fantasy Sports app today and use code FIELD and get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's code FIELD on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Check this out.
On the weekend, take a journey with the people's mayor.
Curtis Sliwa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Sliwa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Sliwa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Sliwa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Sliwa.
Oh, yeah, as we crank it. Led Zeppelin, the Immigrant Song, although it talks about coming out of the snow, the ice, the sleet, the subarctic temperatures. And New Jersey has declared a state of emergency for the entire state due to the snow and the winter storm that is expected to be rolling our way in just a few hours on Sunday. TikTok, if you have TikTok, Nancy, if you can check my TikTok account. Technically, it's supposed to have gone dark in the U.S. as the shutdown takes effect. This is predominantly a way to get your message out to 16-year-old to 25-year-olds that I was very, very successful in doing in my last mayoral campaign. Throughout the years, youngsters who were wondering who's this guy with a red beret and a red sateen jacket would see all the videos that we had put up on TikTok. And Nancy, could you read what it says on my TikTok account that had how many followers TikTok about?
A whole lot of them.
I'd say at least, about maybe 400,000, 500,000.
I think it was more than that, but yeah, so the warning, this is when you open it up. Sorry, TikTok isn't available right now.
That's it. You can't get a TikTok fix.
Okay, a law banning TikTok has been enacted in the U.S. Oh, God. Unfortunately, that means you can't use TikTok for now. We are fortunate that President Trump has indicated that he will work with us on a solution to reinstate TikTok once he takes office. Please stay tuned. Ugh.
Please stay tuned as the CEO of that Red Chinese company will be in attendance at the inauguration. President Xi will not of China. Who's on second? I don't know who's on third. Let's belly flop into home. But President Trump has said he plans on traveling to China behind the Great Wall of China within 100 days to resolve this, fentanyl issues, trade issues, tariff issues. We can go on. And obviously, the tension that exists now between the two great military powers in the world, the Red Chinese and the United States of America. But that's one issue of many issues that are taking place. If we look at what is transpiring here in the Northeast, we're going to get clobbered. Oh, yeah, we're going to get clobbered. It just depends on where you happen to be. Half in the bag Murphy has declared a state of emergency. I guess for him, he's run out of scotch. Remember, all the liquor stores, according to Murphy, are essential businesses. They must stay open for him and others to have their happy hour every day at 5 o'clock. But it's also expected to get really cold here.
Yes.
Really get down into subarctic freezing temperatures in some areas. And this coming off, Nancy, your 3-day extravaganza, you went on I guess you could call it a retreat. Because for 3 days, I didn't see hide nor hair of you, and all the cats were on my case because every time I came back to the apartment, they looked at me and they said, you don't know how to feed us and you don't know how to clean our litter. Because where was Nancy? She was in the middle of Central Park. It was the event of her lifetime. What do they call that? The lunar wolf moon? Or what the hell is that?
It was that, exactly.
The lunar wolf moon. 3 straight days, and can you describe to many of our listeners who obviously were sleeping at that time, what the hell was going on high in the sky?
Well, high in the sky, it was fairly bright, and the moon looked pretty shiny, and it's pretty close to the Earth, so it looks large. And
what effect did it have on all the critters in Central Park who were coming around to you as you were howling nonstop? People were complaining that they could hear you on Central Park West. They could hear you on Fifth Avenue. Your howls were loud.
Yeah, they were pretty loud, but it was fine. I enjoyed being there, but it's a little too cold. I mean, I like the cold weather, but right now I wouldn't want to be out there too long. It's a little too chilly for me.
Well, it's going to be hitting hard, but the question is, how come wolves during this period of time, 72 hours, wherever they may be in Siberia, up in the Hudson Bay, in Canada, throughout the world, will bay to the moon for like 3 straight days, like you. 3 straight days nonstop.
Let's see. So I'm pretty sure that when they're doing the howling, it's a combination of like getting in touch with, different elements of their pack, right? So they're not all together, but they keep a perimeter, so they need to know that they're all there. It's really just more about that. It's about keeping close proximity with your group of, fellow pack people.
And the wolves travel in packs.
That's true.
And they're loyal to one another.
Yeah, and actually, what interesting little park side note, someone was found in Central Park the other day.
That's right, near the band show, I believe. They were found behind that, a homeless person who had died.
Yeah, they were sleeping peacefully.
Another homeless person, we're going to get into that in the next hour, on the subway was found dead, a woman. As so many homeless and emotionally disturbed persons now live in our subway system, which is in crisis. It's a hot mess. It is a disaster, and it's getting worse by the day. And it's interesting, whereas we still have people who will say this is the greatest city in the world, bar none, not. With the greatest police department in the world, bar none, not. Nobody ever says we have the greatest subway system in the world.
No, it's a scary place.
They don't even suggest that.
It's scary and smelly.
But let's get right down to it in terms of the weather.
And fun.
Especially now that we know that the Arctic chill will be coming in. In fact, hey, do you have a Broadway Billy? Do you have the advice of Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan about the weather situation and what he wants us to do, as he was at a press conference earlier on Saturday, moaning and groaning about all these questions about what he was doing in Mar-a-Lago, and don't you know I'm fighting for you, and don't you know I want $7 billion, the money that we shelled out for the illegals. He was like nonstop moaning and groaning. It's right on your sheet there, Broadway Bill Lee. You think you got it? You think you got it?
And temperatures even further down between 0 and 5 degrees. The snow and cold can result in widespread travel, emergencies, and just disruptions. So we're asking people to use public transportation as they move around the city.
No, people would rather freeze to death than go down into the subways. They're all attached to the walls with Velcro. They won't dare venture out. There's total paralysis and chaos in the subway system, and this guy doesn't get it. Eric Adams, swagger man with one plan now to get a pardon from Donald Trump to do anything that the president wants him to do, except later on we're going to get into it. He will not defy the orders of city council who control him and Adrian Adams. He will not work with ICE. Right? He had the meeting with Tom Homan. He assured the president, yeah, we're going to. He said yesterday towards the end, I can't do it. I can't break the law. We'll get into all of that because...
He can't break the law? You said that?
Yeah, he breaks the law over here. That's why he got indicted.
Look at him.
I mean, it's incredible. Sorry, I can't break the law. I can't work with ICE.
He's funny.
I can't take on the city council. I can't name and shame Adrian Adams. What a fake, phony, fraudulent fugazi this guy is. And he gives you the impression he was going to work with them, right?
I mean, he gives a lot of weird impressions right now, but he does seem like he's for sale to the highest bidder.
That is true. Eric Adams for sale. Look, he's got a wardrobe. He's got to constantly keep stocking. $5,000 customized suits. And he's doing a press conference today. Could I hear that cut again, Broadway Bill Lee? He's in front of a salt pile at one of the sanitation depots. And he's dressed in a windbreaker, which is cool, you know. He's got name tags on, you know, I'm the mayor. This guy must have insecurity. He's got to have it plastered on his body. I am the mayor. Yeah, we know it. We don't want you as mayor, but you're the mayor. We got to deal with it. And here it was. He was warning all of us, better to hunker down and take mass transit.
Temperatures even further down between 0 and 5 degrees. The snow and cold can result in widespread travel, emergencies, and just disruptions. So we're asking people to use public transportation as they move around the city.
No, they ain't. No, sorry. They don't want to use public transportation. And if you go down in the subways now, because it is going to be getting colder, I'd say give it about 12 hours. It's going to really get cold and freezing. All the homeless people and emotionally disturbed people are going to descend into the armpit of the cesspool of crime, the subway system. They're going to take up seats, and that's going to become their house until Wednesday night when the chill lets up.
Yeah, and actually the difference is I remember during COVID when they did that sort of fake cleanliness thing, and they would just sweep some of the people out before the morning commute. So this way they would, leave for like an hour and then come right back. The homeless now, they're staying on the trains all night long. Like, no one's bothering them. They're letting them just sleep there. So every time you go on the train, it's like people are sprawled out, like just taking up. There's no chance of not seeing people laid out on the seats. And no one's disturbing them.
No. And unfortunately, one woman died on the train. She apparently passed away in her sleep. They're doing an autopsy. I mean, who knows in this city? Who knows? You can't trust nor believe any of them. They tell us crime is down. It's a perception. The homeless situation isn't as bad as it looks. The emotionally disturbed situation of people isn't as bad as it looks. It's almost like Really? What city are you? The greatest city in the world? No, it's not. With the greatest police department. It's in chaos. Now they're being investigated for selling sergeant positions of people who didn't even take the test. They bought sergeant position. Hey, just pay us money and you can become a sergeant. And then the other thing is, now they check you on a GPS. They follow you when they give you a car. All the gumadas of all of Eric Adams' friends in the police department who got high-paying, high-ranking positions, apparently all the gumadas who were fellow police officers, females, the GPSs were disconnected. So nobody could find out what they were doing with the cars that we were paying for that was supposedly being utilized by them to go out and patrol.
It's kind of like the ankle bracelets that they give people. It's just there for illusion.
But we're told the greatest police department in the world, not. The greatest city in the world, not. But nobody ever says the greatest subway system. Now, there is a benefit to this cold Arctic weather that's going to clobber the Northeast. There will not be an outdoor ceremony in the swearing in of Donald Trump as the 47th president of the United States. That has been totally changed. I'm not even sure if he is going to be sworn in under the rotunda of Congress, but it may well be in the White House. Then they're going to go over to the basketball stadium in which they're going to have a number of activities, festive activities, after 2 o'clock on Monday, so that everyone can stay nice and warm and toasty because it's going to be sub-freezing weather. There is a benefit to all of this, ladies and gentlemen. We are not going to have to put up with a week worth of the president moaning and groaning that his inaugural crowd this time around for his 47th presidency of the United States was bigger than Barack Obama's the first time. At least we're not going to have to hear that. I don't know who his press spokesperson is. I know it's a young lady. Remember, originally it was Sean Spicer, who was from out in Long Island, the same town as Scaramucci, that schifosa, who became a spokesperson for Trump in his first administration, I think all of 12 days. But Sean Spicer's first job in that initial round of inaugural activities is he had to come out every day and insist that the crowd that Donald Trump had attracted to Washington for the outdoor swearing in was a bigger crowd than Barack Obama had for his initial inauguration. And nobody believed that. But if you were loyal to Trump, you had to say it. Sean Spicer had to go out there every day and say it to the media that was showing pictures, drone pictures of what the crowd looked like for Barack Obama in his first inauguration, which was historic. Some have said it was the inauguration of the first black president of the United States. I say no, it's the second black president because everybody knows the first black president was Bill Clinton. But that was a huge crowd. And it was easy to get the crowd there because if you've been to Washington, D.C., you've been in the Beltway, you've been to Maryland, there's a high percentage of African Americans that live there per capita per person, larger than anywhere else in the country other than Mississippi. So for a lot of folks, it was nothing. They jump on the subway system there. They come in out of the suburbs. They walk over to the Washington Mall, and they observe the swearing in of the President of the United States, Barack Obama. So, Nancy, I think there is one benefit here. We are not going to get into this endless argument of whose crowd was bigger, Barack Obama in his initial inauguration or President Donald Trump as the 47th president of the United States. And then the other thing is, everybody is chit-chatting about why Michelle Obama does not appear to want to be at the inauguration, but more importantly, wasn't even at the funeral for Jimmy Carter. Did not sit by Barack Obama, was missing in action, I think was back in Hawaii. Will not be at the inauguration, had no comments, but it's clear that she wasn't going to be where her husband was going to be, who was chatting it up with Donald Trump at that funeral ceremony at the cathedral in Washington for Jimmy Carter. Boy, were they having a good old time there.
Yeah, they seem to be.
Backslapping, laughing. Even during the service itself, others were like looking at them like Vice President Harris, like, the service has already begun, boys. I know you're enjoying yourselves. You're having a good old laugh at my expense. But time to stifle it. And actually, Trump didn't stifle it. Him and Barack Obama were having a great old time. Let's open up our phones. It's always a little difficult when we begin the Sunday morning to the break of dawn. It seems a lot of people have become a little stung-god. And we need for them to rise and shine to the occasion because the story of the moment is, and I'm sitting shiver for the loss of my TikTok account, which must have had like 500,000 followers easy.
I think it had more than that.
Remember in my initial mayoral campaign, which I lost to Eric Adams, and ever since then, my TikTok was like off the hook. That's how young people knew who I was as a 70-year-old guy running around with a red beret and a red sateen jacket. Now,
TikTok.
Yeah, TikTok. Hey, Dominic, how many TikTok followers did you have, huh?
TikTok.
So, again, could you read the information as you go on to my TikTok account of what is being said? As apparently TikTok is going to sleep for a while, at least we think. Mm-hmm. I will tell you what I think is going to transpire. Most of our listeners have no idea what TikTok is. For them, Facebook is the way that they post, which means that they go to Denny's, they order the Grand Slam, and they got to post their breakfast. We got to see, how many strips of sausage did they have? More pork sausages, Mom. How many strips of bacon? What they had in their Grand Slam? How many pancakes? I really don't want to see what you have for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. So our crowd is generally a Facebook crowd, a Zuckerberg crowd. But for the young, the hip, the happening, you got to put the 30-second videos out there because they have the attention span of a tsetse fly. And that's what TikTok has been. So could you read what is on my TikTok page? I don't think I'll ever recover here. Let's get those phones. Let's get them going. Come on now. Hey, Tony, let's get going here. Hey, Broadway Bill Lee. Let's go. Let's go. We got a show to do. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. So what does it say, Nancy? Could you read the bad news here? Please, read the bad.
Sure, it says, sorry, TikTok isn't available.
What do you mean, sorry?
Sorry. It says sorry. TikTok isn't available right now. A law banning TikTok has been enacted in the U.S. Unfortunately, that means you can't use TikTok for now. We are fortunate that President Trump has indicated that he will work with us on a solution to reinstate TikTok once he takes office. Please stay tuned.
Please stay tuned.
Yes.
Meantime, TikTok has gone black. The United States Supreme Court, in a unanimous decision, all the justices, the Democrats, the Republicans, those that lean left, those that lean right, universally agreed that TikTok is used to spy on America by President Xi, who's on second, I don't know who's on third. He's going to belly slide into home. Okay. Anyway, let's go to Danny in Westchester. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Danny.
Buchanan, Grandpa Money.
Oh, I knew that was going to happen. Not a good day for Tony on the phones. Right away, he gets right through you. I mean, put a can of corn right in your ears.
Maybe he won't make it through this cold spell.
Yeah, well, no, he will. He's been doing that since the days of the King of Talk Radio, Bob Grant, and he has Tony, man, by the short hairs. Others are able to stop him. They got the firewall up. That's Steve from Manhattan. But Tony, I don't know. Maybe it's because that guy Steve's a white guy and he can't tell the difference between white guys.
Well, let's hope he
Hey, that's what they say about us white guys. We can't tell the difference between black guys. Maybe he has that phobia. I don't know. Let's go to Detective Nolan, who's calling from Manhattan. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Detective.
Hey, Curtis. Thank you for taking my call. I was under the impression that there was an offer of $20 billion by Kevin O'Leary, the Shark Tank guy, to purchase TikTok. What happened with that?
Well, I think it's a consortium. It's not all his money. And I think the Red Chinese, they're really holding out for Elon Musk, who can write one check.
We want to. And then on midday, 12:05, Trump will be who we have to work with to close the deal in the months ahead. So I wanted to let him know, as well as others in his cabinet, that we're doing this, and we're going to need their help.
Yeah, you see, we're going to need their help. And really what he's saying is, I'm willing to put up my money. It's a consortium. Other people are putting up their money. But maybe Donald Trump can shake loose some money from his supporters, the whales, in order to make this happen, Detective Nolan, whereas I think the Red Chinese are holding out for Elon Musk, who they do business with. In fact, there are Tesla factories in Red China where they know he could write out one check, and then it's like clean. You know, it's my perception, Detective Nolan, that the person who came to the rescue of Rudy Giuliani and wrote that check to the mother and daughter who was suing him for everything he had in his life, including the lawyers there, the law firm, is that it may well have been Elon Musk that wrote one check that didn't bounce and that satisfied all their needs so they didn't have to go chasing Rudy and try to take his condo in Florida, his apartment in Manhattan, his car, his rings, his belly button lint. So I think they're holding out for Elon Musk, Detective Nolan.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening. I basically use Facebook, like you said before. TikTok is something that's not as useful to me because it's all about just videos. There's really no dialogue and text that you can put on there, no stories or anything like that.
Let me ask you a question, Detective Nolan. Does it ever bother you when you look at other people's Facebook profiles that all they do with Zuckerberg's Facebook is, Meta's Facebook, is just put down what they had to eat for lunch, breakfast, and dinner?
It doesn't bother me. I like food, so if it's good food, I'll take it, sure.
But it is a bit weird that their whole life is revolved around what they had for breakfast, what they're having for lunch, what they're having for dinner, and then every day they keep reposting. It's almost like this is their entire life, Detective Nolan. It's all about what food they're going to have that day.
Yeah, as long as it's pasta vazul, I'm in.
Pasta vazul, oh, it sticks to your ribs. A nice piece of Italian bread with your pasta vazul. Oh, man, that's a meal of all meals. But still, you would never catch me posting that. Where's my TikTok, Nancy? I'm already having withdrawal. Yeah, oh, look. Young Huckleberries out there, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. The reason that they know anything about me as a 70-year-old, because, you know, they don't want to deal with 70-year-olds, is because we had some really good posts. They're short. You got to be short, sweet, to the point, as Detective Nolan said. You know, it's like a video that tells a little story. I mean, but it, and Nancy, is it and not true that the age category that generally looks at TikTok as opposed to Facebook, which is for the old codgers like myself, is that generally it is for the young Huckleberries, and their attention span is 30 seconds and less. They're not going to look at anything that's more than 30 seconds. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, I think their biggest audience is in utero.
And I think what a lot of people do, they make money now.
A lot of money.
As influencers, I don't know who they influence.
Well, no, yeah, because if you have a lot of followers, so you know you have it's like a channel. So meaning that people want to advertise on your site, or also you can be showcasing their items. So it's like brand marketing.
Let me tell you something. That's not why I use TikTok. I need my TikTok or a substitute. And now they have the substitute, and this is worse than TikTok itself. The Little Red Book.
What's that?
It's called a Red something, but it's also run by the Red Chinese. It's number 2. And it's based on the Little Red Book that Mao Zedong had during the Cultural Revolution when he killed millions of his own people.
Wait, how'd that one survive?
It survived, but it's going to replace TikTok, so it goes from bad to worse.
I'm confused.
Yeah. Could you check it out? It's called Red. Right there, immediately.
Uh-oh.
No, it has nothing to do with the red dye that all of a sudden they're going to eliminate, from putting it in and dyeing all kinds of food products, which is what R.F. Kennedy Jr. was talking about. You got to get rid of the red dye. They're doing that. It's called Red. And it has nothing to do with the movie Reds.
Oh, there you go.
Remember, of the Americans who went over there to enjoy the revolution of the working class, workers of the world, unite the Bolshevik Revolution. Remember, who was in that movie, Reds? 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. Let's go to Al in Yonkers. Your turn to be heard here. Al?
Hey, Curtis. Nice to speak to you, Nancy. Best of luck in 25. I wish you the best, hopefully, in your second try at mayorship. But I wanted to touch on with TikTok. I think because the High Court, as you stressed in a unanimous decision, 7-0 to do away with TikTok, I probably think the president-elect, but he's the president-elect and the president soon, he'll do what he wants. But I probably wouldn't get involved with it. But he probably will. You agree?
Yeah, well, see, Al, it's all about the clicks. Before he ever used TikTok, Trump was like, no good. Communist plot. It's the red Chinese trying to subvert us. The moment he started posting on TikTok, because he's vain, let's face it. We know he's like Sid Rosenberg. He's like Eric Adams. They're styling and profiling, man. The more clicks. Oh, yeah, I love TikTok. It's just like with Bitcoin, a.k.a. Crime Coin. He was against Bitcoin. Now he's for Crime Coin. I don't trust politicians. All of you do because you have your favorites. You're in a particular tribe. So when all of a sudden people in your tribe do things and you know they're wrong, you know damn well they're wrong, right away what he said, oh, no, I drink the Kool-Aid. Whatever he says, that's what I do. Same thing for the Democrats. Instead of saying, wait a second. If it's a threat to America, as much as I'm sitting shiver here, right? I don't like it. I'm missing my connection to the 16-year-old or 25-year-olds through TikTok. I got to give it a brush. Yeah, I got to sit shiver. I got to get the Hamantash and I got to mourn the loss of my TikTok, knowing that what's the name of this replacement line, Red or whatever the hell it is, the little red book.
Yeah, Red Note.
Red Note. Okay, so it's red. So right there, that should be a warning to everybody out there that as bad as TikTok was, and it's bad, it's controlled by the red Chinese, that a Red Note, which is also red Chinese control, which is easily going to replace TikTok, it's got to be worse. It's based on Mao Zedong's Little Red Book, The Cultural Revolution, in which he killed millions and millions of people. Our number is 1-800-848-9222.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
If you refuse to support the capitalist war machine, they will follow your example, and if the workers of the world stand together, the war can be stopped.
Он говорит, что если мы все рабочие объединимся, то этой капиталистической войне мы сможем понять.
We'll join you in revolution.
Он привез нам привет от американцев.
That was from the movie Reds. Who was in that movie? That was the old Soviet Union, the Bolshevik Revolution, which became the template for Mao Zedong and the Red Chinese Revolution against Chiang Kai-shek and the Nationals in mainland China until they got kicked out and had to regroup in Formosa, a.k.a. Taiwan. Little bit of history there, Nancy. Little bit of history. Let's go to, who was that, Antolin in Staten Island? Am I getting your name right?
Yeah. We spoke like about a year ago. I believe Warren Beatty was in it. I never saw it, but I know my friend's mom worked in it, so she was always gushing about Warren Beatty. It was like an 82 or something like that.
Oh yeah. You are absolutely correct. It was Warren Beatty. Do you remember the female American actress who played his love interest, who had also gone to the Soviet Union to experience the workers' paradise?
I want to say Jane Fonda, but I'm not sure.
Well, that would have fit if it were Jane Fonda. In fact, if you can, while we reconnect here, this is what I want you to do, Broadway Billy. Find International, because we got some of the old Trotskyites out there, some of the old Stalinists, some of the old Soviet Union apparatchiks who will love International. But it's, let me give you a hint, Antolin. It's The woman who was first the love interest of Michael Corleone and then became his wife.
What's her name? Mia Farrow.
No.
Right?
No. That's Frank Sinatra. How the hell he ended up with Mia Farrow, I'll never understand. And then she goes from Frank Sinatra to Woody Allen. What the hell was that? I mean, you go from Frank Sinatra to Woody Allen, Mia Farrow.
Yeah, no accounting for face. I could see her face. I know. I love the.
No, I know. Well, that's another trivia question we have here. Who was the love interest of Warren Beatty in Reds, the movie Reds, which I love to watch? It was a really good period piece, and it had the Internationale on, although not in French. That's the original way. You have the Internationale, you think you got it? Yeah, this is it. All right. All you old Trotskyites, you Stalinists, stand, right? Look at this here. They're in their homes there, their little dachas with the babushkas on their head. They're remembering your hero there for a while there, Bernie the Altakaka Sanders. You know, he spent his honeymoon in the old Soviet Union. Yes, Nancy. What the hell happened to the rest of it? Come on, it got to be in French, the original one. Okay, sing with me together. Doesn't that inspire you, Nancy, to give up any sense of luxury that you have in a capitalist country like America? Workers of the world, unite. The Tsar is in his palace. It is time for us to rush the fences. And if they shoot us down, they shoot us down. We will die. We will die for the people of Mother Russia. No, you don't seem to be inspired by that at all.
I mean, it's good.
Hey, Hunter College, you know, they used to sing this at Hunter College instead of the national anthem in other places.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm more into EDM, I guess.
I mean, how many of you ended up reading the Daily Worker, the Worker every week? Don't lie out there.
Daily Worker.
Oh, yeah, the old Soviet Union publication of Gus Hall, who had his little dacha in Yonkers, where he tended his tomato patch. Head of the American Communist Party, who claimed he didn't receive any money from the Soviet Union. He lied. He got millions. And I think it was buried in the Medaglia d'Oro coffee cans next to the tomato patches. By the way, who was the love interest of Warren Beatty in Reds? This is not a difficult question. I already gave you the answer. The love interest of Michael Corleone in The Godfather, who eventually married Michael Corleone. No.
I don't watch I haven't watched those movies.
You haven't seen Reds?
No, I haven't seen that at all.
You haven't seen The Godfather?
No, that I actually made a conscious effort to not watch that thing.
What?
Yeah, because I don't want to glorify that underbelly of like horrible people.
You sound like Mario Faccia Brutta Cuomo. He said the same thing.
No, but I'm being honest. I don't want to see a movie that's talking about killers.
The kind of people who grew up with me who tried to kill me, Nancy.
Yeah, exactly. So why would I be glorifying them by watching them? That's
the
like
Lucchese's, the Gambinos, right there on Avenue L.
I don't believe in paying any homage to them, and that includes watching a movie about them.
My God, I can't believe that you're just like Mario Faccia Brutta Cuomo.
I think we should erase them from history a little bit.
What? What?
Why would we want to glorify in the movie forum people who are objectionable to humanity? Like, that's the exact opposite of what we should be doing.
Goodfellas.
Well, Goodfellas is a great movie.
What? Wait, Goodfellas is a good movie, so you want to keep that one?
Well, I'm just saying, it's hard to get into the trilogy of like this. I don't know. It just seems like almost like a British royalty. It's hard to get into the concept of that movie. It's just.
Well, what about Casino?
Well, gambling's fun.
Oh, you see, you want to spare. Notice my wife, right? She wants to save the movie Casino.
I'm not against everything. I have, I pick and choose things.
Yeah, but that's about
sense.
Organized crime controlling the casinos in Las Vegas. So Casino, you want to save.
I just like the gambling part.
Goodfellas, you want to save.
Ray Liotta's good.
Which is just about the way I grew up in Canarsie. Because the Bamboo Lounge that they torched was right in Canarsie on Avenue N and Rockaway Parkway. But you want to get rid of The Godfather, which is the classic movie of all time.
Maybe conceptually I haven't really thought out the entire proposition, although I know I really have. I don't know, there's something about everyone who's ever mentioned to me the movie that makes me not want to see it too. It's that like glorification of this movie in particular.
Well, maybe I can convince you because...
Like Titanic, I've never seen that.
Wow.
Yeah, because that to me would be like, it's so over the top that it got so many accolades that it makes me not want to see it for that exact reason.
Hold on, you gotta find the theme song for Titanic. Oh my!
Don't come to Las Vegas and talk to a man like Mo Green like that.
That's Godfather. You see that? That's Fredo. That's Chris Cuomo there. They're telling Michael Corleone, a.k.a. Andrew Cuomo, you can't talk like that to Mo Green. And then Mo Green caught it right between the eyes.
Oh, that's not good.
I mean, you can't align yourself with Mario Faccia Brutta Cuomo.
No, I refuse to do. Now that you said that, I really have to rethink this entire proposition.
Well, wait a second. What is this song here? Oh, that's not the song that's synonymous with Titanic. That's from the Broadway musical. I'm talking about... Oh, here it is. Here it is. This is Ms. Quebecois. She had frozen face for a while. Do you remember who I'm talking about?
Yes, Celine Dion.
Yes, she had frozen face. She could not move, just like Justin Bieber, whatever. Notice it's the Canadians that this happens to. Justin Bieber had frozen face. What's her name again here?
Celine Dion.
Celine Dion had frozen face. It's because it's colder in Canada than it is south of the border in America.
Yeah.
Don't you find it odd that Justin Bieber, whatever, who I want to deport to Canada, had frozen face for a while? And who's the other one that has frozen face?
Celine Dion?
Yeah. Oh, where are they both from?
Canada?
Canada. Stay in Canada. Although Trump wants to make it the 51st state, then I'd have to be stuck with them, including Captain Kirk, who is, 93 years old? William Shatner, who I hate, I loathe, I despise. You know, he killed his wife in that pool. Oh, yeah, everybody knows that.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, except for Frank Morano, the Mama Luke. He doesn't want to recognize that.
I've heard he's a very mean-spirited man.
Oh, my God, he's a little Lilliputian with a bad rug on his head.
Well, that's true.
Oh, my God, and Frank Morano adores William Shatner. He can do no wrong. He killed his wife in the pool, allegedly.
Sincerely, William Shatner. That's right.
No, he didn't.
Yes,
sincerely.
Yeah.
He did not.
Yes, he took his Kleenex that he had blown his schnoz into, all the mucus, and Frank Morano folded that Kleenex, and put it in his pocket, and he has it now in perpetuity.
So, while some guys have pinup girls, he has the William Shatner letter.
Yes, yes, and the Kleenex. With all of his schnoz on.
No.
Yes, yeah, he grosses me out, right?
That sounds pretty gross.
But, they say like father, like son. That means little Carmine's going to be like that one day.
My dear Frank Morano.
There you go. Here he goes. It was up to me, Celine Dion, Justin Bieber, whatever, and William Shatner would no longer ever be permitted to come into America again. Never. Stay there with your frozen face, Celine Dion. Stay there, Justin Bieber, whatever, with tattoos now all over his body. Oh, it's ugly.
I don't understand.
Yeah, you don't understand. I know that. You speak Canadian. We speak American. It's a different country. We don't want you as the 51st state. I don't care what Trump wants. I believe in Canadian bacon, right, where we go in and we take Canada. And they only got 40 million people. They got, 10 people in their military? Even the RCMP no longer have horses. They have SUVs. They took the horses away, Nancy. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Dudley Do-Right and his trusty Steve, they took the horse. They don't have horses no more.
That's not good.
It's horrible.
It's horrible.
And then there's Trudeau Jr., who had to step aside, who is the son...
He had to step aside?
Yeah, well...
Didn't he just voluntarily?
Yeah, it's bad there.
Say, I gotta go. I'm out of here, guys.
Well, I want a DNA test. Who's your daddy? Let's bring back... who did that show?
Maury Povich.
Right, Maury Povich.
Yes.
Who's your daddy, Justin
Those were
Trudeau
great.
Jr.? We know it ain't Trudeau Sr., the Prime Minister.
That was a great show.
It was Mickey. It was Mick Jagger.
That? Jerry
Yep,
Spring?
with Margaret Trudeau, man. They were wife swapping and husband swapping, and Bianca Jagger with Trudeau Sr. Oh, yeah. Let's do a DNA test before Trudeau Jr. ends up doing a pirouette, a curtsy, and a bow, and disappears from, Ottawa in Canada.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Tell Mike it was only business. I always liked him.
He understands that.
Excuse me, Sam. Sir?
Tom, can you get me off the hook? For old time's sake.
Can't do it, Sally.
That's Fish. You know where Fish is from. The sitcom. Don't you know, Nancy? Were you deprived?
Yes.
There's a story about the police precinct. That was Fish. In that scene there. Tom Hagen, you know, the peacetime consigliere, right? Hey, Fish said, hey, can you do one, old time's sake, spare me from getting a bullet in the back of my head? You know, leave the cannolis at home, bring the gats. Look, I will admit Godfather 3 sucked. Except for the Vatican Bank, which I'm going to be talking about later. Frank Carone, who was there with Eric Adams in Mar-a-Lago. What a crook. He's also being investigated by the Eastern District. Like, what the hell were you doing at the Vatican Bank with
Don Corleone? My gift was to be able to persuade people to give to the Holy Church. Then Rome decides to put me in charge of the Vatican Bank. Oh, Constantine, how much misfortune you caused. Not by becoming Christian, but by the dowry which the first rich pope accepted from you. How true Dante's words were. Even the sins of the flesh are simple compared to the burden of money.
Great scene there. That was Frank Carone with Monsignor Jamie. They're both under investigation by the Eastern District. And then it was Eric Adams, swagger man with a plan now to get a pardon. All three of them were in Rome going to the Vatican Bank, which is the most corrupt financial institution in the world. You know, you did the deep dive on the corrupt, the grifter mayor, Bill de Blasio, the part-time mayor, the dope from Park Slope, and his grifter wife, Charlene, who stole $1.5 billion on a fake, phony, fraudulent Fugazi program called Thrive that never helped one emotionally disturbed person. Now, one testimony of one person who ever said was helped by Thrive. You have checked banks, am I correct, in Switzerland? Is that correct? Mm-hmm. In Panama? Mm-hmm. In Antigua? In the West Antilles? You've checked them all, but you didn't check the Vatican Bank. You see, to do business at the Vatican Bank, you have to go there in person. You cannot wire transfer. No. You got to be there in person. They got to look at you and know that Satan is in your soul, and they're not going to do anything to change that. So when Frank Carone stood there with Monsignor Jamie and Eric Adams, when he went to visit the Pope and he fled New York City instead of going to Columbia University and dealing with that craziness, they made the deal with the devil. And that was to deposit all their loot in the Vatican Bank. So they say. It's up to you, Nancy, to find that out. I will bet you that Bill de Blasio, who can speak Italian, who eats a slice of pizza with a fork and a knife, what a guy. goes and visits the account when him and his grifter wife Charlene need the loot. Talks Italian, and then he gets the loot. He stole from the emotionally disturbed person.
That's true, he did.
$1.5 billion. And now he can't even get normal hair dye in his hair in his midlife crisis. He uses black Esquire shoe polish. Maybe he uses kiwi. Does he not look ridiculous?
He looked ridiculous before, so it's kind of, I don't know, it's a hard bar.
I mean, he's got all that money that he stole from us, stole from the people who needed it, the emotionally disturbed person, and he gets a little vat of Esquire black shoe polish or kiwi and puts it in his hair.
I think it's just the rest of his persona. It's just he's very, nerdy.
Oh, nerdy, I mean, it's the word. And then we see him canoodling all over the city. And you were there at the place that he canoodled.
That makes...
What was the name of that place?
I don't know. I'm trying to forget.
It's right on 8th Avenue, right? That he would constantly canoodle.
I didn't see anything, I promise.
And there was men, women, transvestites. Is he gender fluid?
He even canoodles like a nerd.
Yeah, he does. He gives sloppy kisses. God, what a geek
he looks more like a groper.
Yeah, oh, God. Oh, a perv, without a doubt.
Yeah.
But you see, with him, because he's DEI, he will perv you if you're a tranny. He'll perv you if you're a male and pull your chain. And he'll hold on to your knobs if you're a woman. Yeah, that's Bill de Blasio going through his midlife crisis. You thief. We'll get you, my little pretty. We'll get you.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Padre, Filio, Spiritus Santo. Don't go to the Vatican Bank. They're a bunch of crooks. Now let's go to Eileen in Queens. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Eileen.
Diane Keaton, was she the one in red?
You couldn't be more hopelessly right. You are correct, Eileen.
She was allegedly with child from Warren Beatty at that time. Of course, she didn't have it. But Curtis, Big Bird has to pay over $400,000 to the city of New York for bringing those detectives with him when he ran for president, where he got .002, I think. And we're waiting to hear about the person buried in Cypress Hills, the one that Cuomo had the alleged fight with.
Yes.
We're waiting to hear.
Yes, no. That's going to be the October surprise. Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo Nancy thinks that he's just going to dance his way into the mayor's position.
Mm-hmm.
It's unfinished business, Andrew. I know you're listening. I'm on to it. Outside of that cop bar when you were 21, got into a fight with your friend over a girl. And he met a tragic demise. Hit by a bus and killed, and all of a sudden, all the evidence went away.
Check this out.
On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
The subway sucks. Well, as I said in opening up the show, 6 hours to the break of dawn, nobody going to sleep on me. The temperatures will begin to dramatically change as they will actually plunge to what will be freezing weather. Maybe snow, maybe ice, maybe sleet. Definitely it's going to be cold there. The flu is spreading all over the place. I don't think I've ever heard as many people who've told me that they weren't available to talk because they had just finished projectile vomiting from some kind of flu. What is this flu, Nancy, that seems to be going everywhere, that has people to the point where they can't even digest any food? Whatever goes down their hatch seems to come right back.
That's the norovirus. So it's a stomach flu. And apparently there is about 3 times more cases this year than last year. And it's spreading around in conjunction with the flu, which is spreading around. It's all the nasty stuff you just mentioned. And they're suggesting if you have any of these symptoms, stay home, wash your hands a lot. But I think it's about 2 weeks where you can potentially spread it to other people. So I think this is why it's going on. It's catching so much because even by the time someone maybe notices that they have it, they've probably come into contact with so many people.
Oh, yeah. Well, just look at the subways, which is a moving hotel for the emotionally disturbed, the homeless people. They're down there, or they live there. And if they get sick, which they do often, they don't go, nobody takes them to a hospital. Nobody takes them for a checkup. Nobody gives them medicine. They're hacking. They're like, oh, my God, I deal with them all the time. I think I'm sort of impervious to everything, but I see how a lot of people know I got to get out of here. I got to get out of this car where the doors have closed, and now you have somebody like hacking and just spreading disease. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. You got people who are stuck. They're living in the subway. Our city, our state does nothing but charge you more money. They raise the fare. And you got to share a compartment in a moving subway car with maybe 2, 3, sometimes 4 homeless people, 2 of whom I guarantee you are sick with something.
Well, the other thing that's really funny, I remember back in the day with when you have people who they want to use their sick days for like planned vacations. So when they have these like walking viruses that are very contagious, they'll come in because they're like, I'm saving my sick days, and then they're coughing all over you. So there's a lot of people who purposely infect others because they're just trying to conserve their sick days.
Ah, I see. Well, let's get right into the subway mishigash, the mess. Mm-hmm. And first off, I'm starting out and departing company with everybody here at WABC. They always seem to have to say, but we live in the greatest city in the world. It's not the greatest city in the world anymore. Stop it. Stop it. Every day, look at all the problems. How can you be the greatest city in the world and not a solution to any of them? Number 2, we have the greatest police department in the world. Every day, there's chaos in the ranks and in the leadership. The latest stories today have to do with how at the top echelon of the police department, not the new police commissioner, Jessica Tisch, he inherits this mess, but all of Eric Adams' cronies, not only giving out overtime for sex, but now everybody who got a free car from us, the taxpayers that drive around and have their sex in the cars, apparently they had disabled the GPS, which is supposed to track you to make sure that you're using the car for the right purposes. And now buying the sergeant positions, not even taking the test, basically bribing your way up the ranks. It just gets worse and worse. And then you wonder why things suck in the subway. There is no leadership. You never see white shirts down there. They're supposed to be the guys and gals who are the shot callers, because once they take civil service and they get a white shirt, it's white shirt immunity. I never see them in the subway. I see a lot of cops sometimes in the subway sexting and texting, They're like buried. Their head is buried, and they got two phones, and they're looking at both. Yeah, I'm sure you're in touch with the precinct, right?
Yeah, they're even scared to be by themselves. You know?
Oh,
right?
my God.
They need like 10 of them around each other.
10 of them, and some of them are so short, you need an electron microscope to see them. You talk about DEI and hiring people just so that you can show that, you're hiring everybody. It's like, you got to understand thugs. I deal with thugs all the time. If thugs think you're intimidated from them, it's like being in jail. It's like being in school with a bully. They're all over you. These cops, some of them are frightened out of their minds. And then the one thing, Nancy, that they used to have, no matter how able or not able they were, is they had a nightstick. You pull the nightstick out, I don't care if you were 4'8", you understood that cop meant business. Now what do they pull out? A gun? He can't do that. A taser? He can't do that. So they end up wrestling with people. You say to yourself, how stupid is this? And then the governor says, there's going to be a police officer on every moving subway train from 9 p.m. at night to 5 a.m. in the morning. And if you were Jessica Tisch or anyone who has to sort of balance the books and rob Peter to pay Paul, because there's only 32,500 cops to pull from, you got to be saying to yourself, why does this woman make these statements without consulting us? We don't have the cops.
Yeah.
So that means you're going to have no cops in the subway system during the day. None. Because where are you going to get them from? Just so that she can look good, and they won't ever be able to do it. They won't ever be able to do it. But why don't you give us the latest of what nobody claims is the greatest subway system in the world? They claim it's the greatest city in the world, not. The greatest police department in the world, not. And I don't hear anybody ever dare claim that it's the greatest subway system in the world. Give us a little bit of an idea what's been going on down in the slime and grime, in the armpit of the cesspool of crime, the subway system of New York City.
Okay, so Friday, 8 p.m., the number 2 train, this is at Penn Station. 2 men got into a fight. One punched the other, and then that escalated into the one who was punched pulled out a box cutter and slashed the man, and then both of them wound up being arrested. So that was 8 p.m. on Friday. Let's see. Oh, we also have the serial perv, who's this guy who's on patrol. He's been arrested 30-something times. Now, he was in prison from 2017 until June 2024 for persistent sexual abuse, and he's back at it.
So he goes into the subways every day.
Yeah.
They know who this guy is.
Yeah.
They could use photo recognition technology as soon as he jumps the turnstile, because we know he ain't paying like almost everybody else. And they don't. We've paid millions of dollars so that the police have photo recognition technology. Bill de Blasio wouldn't let them use it, and Eric Adams doesn't let them use it. It would so easily, readily identify. This perv is coming into the system again. What is he coming into the system to do to perv on women? In fact, what he really is trying to do is prove to these women sitting there who may be going to work, who may be just looking to go pick up their kids at school. He's looking to prove to them that he does not suffer from erectile dysfunction.
I mean, I guess that's the hope.
And then he pulls his Johnny out, and he's got to start to sexually satisfy himself in front of the woman.
Well, here's the crazy thing, right? So the undercover cops had, when they were being interviewed after the fact, they said they recognized him because he was this recidivist, and he's not allowed to be on the subway because of his crimes. Really, which begs the question, if you saw him get on and you know he's not supposed to be there, why the hell did you let him stay on there for so long?
Because...
when you escort him before he just assaulted those 2 women?
There are no consequences, Nancy.
Well, yeah.
The cops have given up.
I mean, that's not even facial recognition. That's a person saw you and they know who you are.
Well, they supposedly have an undercover unit in the subways that go after the
so
pervs.
They just followed him, and then as soon as they saw him do something, they caught him. But it's like, he's going to. He's done it before, and he's not supposed to be there.
Look. Bottom line is, he has signaled to everyone that he cannot control his 3-piece set. And that ain't his knife, his fork, and his spoon. I think it has to be made very clear to him that if you misuse it, you lose it. Castration is your cure. Keep your rocket in your pocket, pal. And if you come on the subway and you start rubbing on women, this is what they love to do. At the height of rush hour, and now it's worse now because of congestion and pricing, people are almost forced to take the train. So the rush hour, you're like, it's like you're in a can of sardines.
It's like a groper's delight.
Right, a groper's delight. So all the pervs, they are creatures of habit. Yeah. They get into the same cars, the same line, the same days. They do it again and again and again. And when you catch them, they'll tell you straight up, you can't touch me. You can't touch me. Nothing's going to happen to me. They'll give me a disappearance ticket, a desk appearance ticket, but I'll be out here tomorrow. I'm going to be rubber-dub-dubbing. I'm going to be looking for a woman. I want to sexually stimulate myself by looking at a woman and then whipping it out. Who was that guy? Opie and Dopey. What was that? Whip It Out Wednesday? Yeah, they were number one in radio for a while. Until they convinced a couple to go into St. Patrick's Cathedral and have sex. That was it for Opie and Dopey. Yeah, one time they were number one. They had gone beyond Howard Stern, Don Imus, everybody. And then they did that stunt, and that was it. They couldn't know all the advertisers abandoned ship. And even though they've gone on their individual ways, they never, ever achieved the kind of attention and recognition they had then. I used to see bumper stickers on cars. WOW, right? Whip It Out Wednesday. Now, did they mean to actually whip it out? Does that mean on Wednesday in subways all the pervs get out and whip it out? Because they all see. And there was this one guy. This is at Lorimer Street on the L train. He takes his Johnny out, and he starts banging it on the girder. Banging it on the girder. And I look at the guy, and I'm saying to myself, really? Why don't you just jump in front of the train? I mean, that's the next step, right? Yeah. Just do us all a favor. What is wrong with you? And no doubt, if you find out who this guy is, he's got big issues. You know, they want to send him to some kind of a clinic to see if they could square it away. I think you just got to chemically castrate the guy.
Yeah, and just tonight, too, this is there's a place called David and Buster's on 42nd Street. So a man was caught being disorderly with his pants down.
Of course. I mean, what other
what's going on?
What
here?
other way is there to be disorderly but to show your three-piece set?
I didn't realize that was such a big thing these days.
Oh, it's huge. I can tell you, the guy pulls it out, he starts banging on the girder. I'm like, are you out of your mind? Why don't you just jump in front of the train?
Is this how guys try to get dates these days?
They're weird. They're freaks. They're crazies.
Yeah.
And they're all over the subway system. And the police department knows who they are. They have photo albums filled with their pictures. They know exactly where they are. They have a squad that you mentioned that goes undercover.
Yeah.
They know who everyone is, and they just watch them until they do something. And then they arrest them, and then they're back out within hours. There's not one DA out there that prosecutes them to the full extent of the law. They basically say, oh, they're sick, they need help. We know that. They're sick, they need help. But in the meantime, they're preying on women and children. They rarely, if ever, do it to men. You think they're going to go up and do that to Tony on the train or Broadway Bill Lee? Well, if they happen to go that way, who knows? But exactly. They know they're going to get their ass handed to them. But they constantly prey on women. That's why we formed in the Guardian Angels the Perv Busters, the all-female Guardian Angels who go after these pervs. I'm not going to suggest to you what becomes of the pervs, but these are women who have decided enough is enough.
Yeah, I mean, even basic things like there's sex offender registries. You can, do your homework a little bit and go online to see if there's people living in your neighborhood. So, if that was of a concern to you, but there is no similar database for these people who are committing these crimes underground. So if you have someone who is a recidivist, and they usually are, and they usually, like you said, have the same pattern, the same subway stations, the same MO, I think it's incumbent upon the MTA to allow there to be this public database so that women can actually know, oh, wait, this guy's here all the time, so maybe this way I can be informed of what's going on. Like, why are we keeping it secret from women who need to know what's going on?
And by the way, you have photo recognition technology. They can pick up their picture at a moment's notice, send an alert. This person's got to be removed from the system. He's got to be locked up. You are correct. There are court orders that prevent certain individuals from entering the subway system because they're pervs. There's never any consequences for that. It's in name only.
Yeah, it's like there's a lot of weird protection of criminals in the city and like all of these different structures. Like even with the animal abusers, like they have the database, but the people who can access it are actually regular citizens. So if someone's an animal abuser, you wouldn't know. Like maybe you leave your pet with someone and you think they're fine. Meanwhile, if you had access to it, you would know, oh, they were convicted of all these crimes. So there's this overabundance of protecting the criminals and the bad people to the detriment of the good people.
Well, it's amazing that when a crime is committed in that subgroup, they go right to all the people that have a recidivist record. They check them
and
first.
Look, that's what Adams keeps trying to say. Oh, it's only like 10 people doing the crime. So then why don't you watch those 10 people? How about start with that one?
Exactly. Well, remember, he's too busy. What kind of a scarf was he wearing today?
It was really funny. So he's trying to sort of be very sympathetic.
He's a blue collar mayor, right? Blue collar. My blue collar. I spotted that scarf.
Yeah, it's like a Burberry type thing, like maybe like $600 type thing.
Where does he get that money?
So he's speaking about the potential for the code blue being implemented because of all the people living on the streets and how they could die from hypothermia. And he's wearing the $600 scarf. And then talking to a reporter about having heated gloves. Oh, I like those. Maybe I'll get me some of those. Like, it's just completely out of touch with who he's supposedly representing. Like, he care less about the people.
There's always a distraction with this guy. He was in Corona the other day talking about the crime there, and he decided to get his eyebrows threaded.
Yeah, and then in one day, all of a sudden, like, the local official said, he cleaned it up. Look at him. This street is pristine. And then everyone left. He got his eyebrows done, and life just goes on.
And today, earlier on Saturday, he had a press conference. And I want to play that cut again, in which he urged all of you to take mass transit. It's
right.
Are you out of your freaking mind?
Temperatures even further down between 0 and 5 degrees. The snow and cold can result in widespread travel, emergencies, and just disruptions. So we're asking people to use public transportation as they move around the city.
No.
Oh, and then just in terms of the desire to use the public transportation. So now on Thursday, there was the third rail power loss at 59th Street, Columbus. So all of these trains, the B, C, they were suspended all throughout New York City, the A and D, the FM, and people were trapped underground for like 45 minutes to an hour. And you today, when you were coming back, all of a sudden, you were trapped on this one train that was going slow again, right? No reason, no rationale. Like, it was just that express tunnel.
So this is what happened. I leave WABC. I take the number 6 train south to Grand Central. Check out Grand Central Station. There's always problems
oh my
there.
God, yes.
Stabbings, slashings, fights.
It's horrible.
It's right next to the Roosevelt Hotel.
Right.
Draw your own conclusion. That's where all the illegal aliens are housed at our expense, the Venezuelans. Then I walk through that long corridor and I catch the shuttle over to Times Square. There's always problems at the Times Square station. Yeah. I look for my very dear friend who used to be on patrol there, Robbie Robot. Remember Robbie Robot? Mr. Robinson, danger. And remember, this was going to be Eric Adams' answer to all crime problems in the subways. Replace men and women with robots.
Yeah.
And the robot got assaulted, the robot got vandalized, the robot got spray painted on, and there was a threat to throw the robot in front of an oncoming one train.
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. No, Will Robinson. Danger.
And so it had to have 2 uniformed police officers with it every time it went on patrol. They've taken it offline. They put it on the shelf. It's in mothballs. But Eric Adams, swagger man with a plan now to get his pardon from Donald Trump, says, don't worry about it. We're bringing Robbie Robot back. So I'm in Times Square. I broke up one dispute between a homeless guy and a tourist. Because the homeless guy was like putting his face right. I want $1. I want $1. He said, you ain't getting $1. The guy's got plastic. Oh, but you can Venmo it. What is that, Venmo? These homeless
Wait, the
people.
homeless guy got Venmo?
Yeah, these homeless people know. When you tell them you got plastic, right? You got no cash. Oh, just Venmo me. Venmo me. It's like a total shakedown. So I stopped that problem. I jump on the express train. All I got to do is go.
That's always a
one stop to 72nd Street. One stop. 25 minutes. We're stuck in between stations. No announcements. And then finally at the 20-minute mark, some guy, the conductor, gets in, on his booth. They have the microphone, and it's. And I say to everybody, can anybody translate that? That might be, who knows? I don't want to be politically incorrect, but maybe that's a language that I don't understand. Then finally, at the 23-minute mark, we're stuck there like 8 minutes. The guy comes back on and is. We spend billions on this system. You can't even get a microphone to work. In fact, have pre-recorded messages because we know that trains are always late. Have patience. I know we're $1 short and a day late. We've just raised your fare. But just know the MTA is here for you. It's here for you. And by the way, Jano Lieber is the guy who runs this. A person of no consequence. He makes $400,000 a year. He has a town car pick him up each and every day with armed MTA police officers. He never takes the subways.
How is that guy royalty? Why do we need to protect him for any reason?
Well, they're afraid.
No, but why does he deserve protection?
Well, outraged commuters,
No one would know his face if they saw him in a crowd. He's a nobody.
Well, that's true. If you had him in a lineup, it wouldn't matter. But this is what he told us about all the crime, that it's in our heads. All the crime that we're experiencing. Go ahead, play this jerk.
I believe that we will help with the mayor and the police commissioner's strategy to restore riders' sense of safety, which has been so harmed.
Now, that's not the cut. What the hell is wrong with this crew here tonight? It's all in your head, he said. It's all in their head.
Is it?
So anyway, this guy lives off of Flatbush in the Ditmar section, Ditmar section. He lives in a big mansion. It's on a boulevard of other mansions. The town car is always outside of his house when he's at his house. He could go over to Flatbush Avenue, catch a 3 train. He could go over, catch the Q train, N train. You got it. Let me hear it.
Last year, we were actually 12.5% less crime than 2019, the last year before COVID. But there's no question that some of these high-profile incidents, terrible attacks, have gotten in people's heads and made the whole system feel less safe.
I'm sorry. So how much more could you dehumanize people by calling them a high-profile incident?
Now, could you play that again? I want you to sense the arrogance of this jerky boy who never takes the subway, never takes the buses. We pay for his town car. We pay for MTA cops, armed cops, to take him everywhere. From his mansion there on the boulevard there,
Where does he live?
Ditmar section of Brooklyn. It's right next to Flatbush, but it's a very wealthy section. God forbid he have to actually take the subways that he's responsible for.
Last year, we were actually 12.5% less crime than 2019, the last year before COVID. But there's no question that some of these high-profile incidents, terrible attacks, have gotten in people's heads and made the whole system feel less safe.
No, it's not that, actually. Nice try.
If I were the governor, that guy would have been fired. I would have said to you,
no idea. How
dare you say something that stupid?
Yeah, how in the world do you elevate someone in a position like that when they've done such a completely horrific job?
Well, Kathy Crimeway Holcomb claims that crime in the subway is down 42%. Delusional.
Yeah, and again, forget about hiding behind the numbers. This has nothing to do with it. It's woefully inadequate, everything that they're doing. It's disgusting down there. It's dirty. There's a ton of problems aside from these little stats they're trying to throw out there. How about the fact that the trains aren't timely? The fact that the stuff is sticky, smelly. The fact that people are living down there. I mean, it's not supposed to be that you're walking through a homeless shelter on your way to commute throughout the city. I mean, that's the whole point. The people are supposed to be in a place where they can get services. By default, they're all going there because you're not helping them.
What we must do is remove the perception of fear. Cases like this.
Oh, my God. Everything is a perception with this guy. By the way, there are third world countries that have better subway systems than New York City.
I've seen so many that are pristine. It's mind-boggling.
Mexico City, right?
Oh, my God.
20 million people. It's got a subway system, not as large as ours. Better run. Cleaner than our subway system. And I don't want to hear anybody, we got the greatest subway system in the world with the greatest police department with the greatest city. No, I'm sorry.
It's unbelievable how much money is just completely being stolen. I mean, there's just no other way to say it because they're paying all these different, contracts for the different donors and their friends of friends. Like the other thing with the subway too, right? In this attempt to protect against all of the fare evasion. So, the number keeps changing.
Well, we're going to get to that up next. We're going to describe all the things the MTA, money-taking agency, are doing for you to make sure that people pay their fair share. Not. Let's quickly go to George in Long Island. Your turn to be heard here on WABC, George.
Curtis, I called you the other day about Jamaica and the alleged, running over that kid. I worked there for a lot of years. It was the Blarney Bar, if this is true. Frank's was the pizza place across the street. On the corner was the Gothic Jamaica Savings Bank. Do you know it? Have you been there lately? I don't know if the bank is still there.
Well, let me tell you something, George. You're just going to have to wait because this is the October surprise on Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo. He's listening now, Nancy. Mm-hmm. On our FM station, WLIR, that goes right to his mansion in Southampton, where it's his brother, Chris Cuomo-Fredo, and his wartime consigliere, Joe Percoco, who are there. They've hit the mattresses. They're stirring the marinara sauce, and they think they have this Melissa DeRosa, who might as well be named Melissa Cuomo, who's hanging the drapes at Gracie Mansion. They think they're going to dance into the mayoralty and destroy the city like they destroyed the state. There's just one problem, Andrew. When you were 21, you know what I'm talking about, Andrew, right? How did your friend get hit by that bus, huh? That George was alluding to. You see, they dance around it because they're afraid of Joe Percoco, the wartime consigliere who just came out of federal prison for political corruption. That's his leg breaker. I'm not afraid. Andrew, you know I'm not afraid. I know everything. Slowly but surely. This is going to be like... Can I say Chinese water torture, right? Is that considered an ethnic slur, Chinese water torture? Drip by drip by drip by drip, I'm going to release it. And, you're going to have to explain it. Because you never did back when you were 21, did you?
And it's still beautiful, John. We go out for dinner all the time in great restaurants. It's still the greatest city in the world.
Enjoy Winter Wonderland in New York. We are in the winter season. We are in New York City, greatest city in the world. America, the greatest nation humanity has ever witnessed.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Back then, so you were telling me, what is it, the 50th anniversary today of, I just heard the theme song.
Oh, the Jeffersons.
That's right, the Jeffersons moving on up to the east side, not the west side where we live.
Hey.
I guess that ain't the Jefferson thing, but moving on up to the east side. And remember, that all evolved out of Archie Bunker's All in the Family. That's when we were introduced to some of the Jefferson characters.
That's correct, yeah.
And then Norman... Lear spun that off like he spun off so many other sitcoms.
Yeah, that was a great one. I was a big fan of the Jeffersons.
And the lead character, who was the lead character?
Sherman Housley.
As who?
Sherman Hemsley.
I mean, he was flauntingly gay in real life. I mean, to the point you'd say, is this the same guy?
His character was played to a T, though. I mean, it was perfection. Like someone who is just there, that mentality of just working so hard their whole life.
Here it is. Let me hear it.
You've said it yourself 1,000. Anything that affects Lionel is going to affect us. You've said it yourself 1,000 times. George can be stupid and wrong, and you were right.
Well, I can say it. You can't.
A friend should be able to say anything to a friend.
Well, a friend who would say anything like that is no friend of mine.
Is that the way you want it?
Is that the way you want it?
Now, calm down. It's not worth breaking up over Crazy George.
Who you calling crazy, Honky?
Don't call me Honky.
Why are you so sensitive all of a sudden?
He's not the only one.
How would you like it if I called you?
You call me?
That's no worse than honky.
You're right. Nothing's worse than honky except being married to one.
That tears it. Come on, Tom. I'm getting out of here.
Good.
Yes, let's go. Oh, we've tried to be friends, but never again.
Promises.
He means it, and so do I. If you want to apologize to me, Louise, you've got my phone number.
I just forgot it.
No, he had his dry cleaning store.
Yeah.
And it was a spin-off from All in the Family, Norman Lear. And then it went on to Good Times. Dynamite, who, John Amos, remember John Amos?
Yeah.
Black actor. He didn't like that. He didn't like the position that Dynamite had. Well, I can never figure out about John Amos. He lived, I think, over in Teaneck or Englewood Cliff. Black actor, extraordinarily good actor. Always that, that grimace.
Yeah.
Whenever John Gotti Sr. would be on trial, he'd be up in the what can we call it? The publicity pew, the first seats.
Really?
Yeah. So you had John Amos, the black actor from Good Times.
They were friends.
Friends, more than friends. You had the guy, if he had another facelift, his face would snap like an old rubber man, Mickey Rourke.
Oh yeah, he's pretty funny.
He had his ride for a while.
Damn.
Then you had Zorba the Greek. You know who played Zorba the Greek? I mean, think of it. Anthony Quinn. Anthony Quinn was actually a Mexican. He would be there. Then the guy who sued me, James Caan, because he was a member of the Colombo crime family, an affiliate. Mm-hmm. And he sued me because of Andrew Mush Russo, who was the head of the Colombo crime family at that time. I mean, you had all these guys that would come every day, and they would basically buck and bow and curtsy to John Gotti Sr. in downtown Brooklyn, in Eastern District, where he was on trial, triple life without parole, because of Sammy the Bull Gravano's testimony against him as underboss, and the Memorex tapes that were like crystal clear that the FBI had of him ordering hits on some of his own guys who were earners. Believe it or not, they're sitting on top of the Raven Night Social Club in Greenwich Village. This widow's apartment. She knew that when Sammy the Bull Gravano, the underboss, was going to meet with John Gotti Sr. or any of their sycophants, toadies, and lackeys, she'd clear out. The FBI was able to gain entrance and wired it up like a Christmas tree. So I think this guy named Lou DeBono, he's on his way from Staten Island. Don't they all live in Staten Island? He's late for the meeting. Now, remember, back then, no cell phones. He's on the BQE, probably coming off the Verrazano Bridge, what they called the Guinea Gangplank at that time. And for some, they still do. Even though you get clipped, oh, my God, the amount of money they clip you when you take the Verrazano Bridge. You know, it's the 60th anniversary. Do you know how much the toll was when it first opened up, Nancy?
Mm-mm.
When my uncle Vincenz took me over? 50 cent.
Mm-hmm.
Not Curtis Jackson. No, he culturally appropriated my name. 50 cent. 50 cent. Now it's like $17.50. But anyway, I digress. And the point is that they had them all on tape. So DeBono is late getting there. He's the big earner for the Gambinos. You know, hijacking, shakedowns, extortion, arson, you name it. The guy was an earner. He's like 20 minutes late. John Gotti Sr. says, this is disrespect to me. I want you to whack him. When he finally gets here, whack him. Sammy the Bull Gravano, the underboss, said, boss, I live in Bull's Head in Staten Island. There's always traffic on the BQE. The guy's our best earner. I don't care. I want you to whack him. So he finally shows up for the meeting. They had their meeting. All of a sudden, Sammy the Bull took him on a drive with some of his boys, and they shot him in the back of the head. And I think they parked him right in the World Trade Center parking area where he had the contract to do the asbestos lining, which they found out after 9/11. There wasn't all that much asbestos in the building, so you can figure out what Louis was doing with that money. It wasn't applying asbestos to the insides and the outsides. Now you know the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey would say. But let's get back to fare evasion. The MTA money-taking agency is intent on trying to make sure that everybody pays their subway fare and their bus fare. Right now, 50% of the people do not pay their fare on city buses. 30% of the people do not pay their fare when taking the subway. So what did they now concoct in order to try to force people to pay their fare? What is this thing? It's sort of like, it's almost like medieval, like what they used for the pigeons on the windowsills when they put spikes in there. It's unbelievable because it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's some sort of turnstile spikes they have. So in between each of the, like the separate entrance ways, they put up a tiny little wall that at the top of it, it's not really sharp spikes. It's just somewhat of a deterrent. So they've installed these at the one station, 59th and Lex. And right away they're showing the videos of the people who are just hopping directly over it. Apparently the spikes aren't really that sharp, so you can still do the same exact thing. But either way, it doesn't stop you from just walking over it the same normal way, walking through it, underneath it, all those types of things. So this is another version. Like just last year, they installed those electronic panel doors, and that was about $700,000 to do that. And it was a miserable failure, like right out the gate. Same way this is. And they're very tight-lipped. They don't want to say how much it costs or whether they have intentions of like spreading it throughout the system. So this is another one of their silly little pilot ideas that winds up costing more than supposedly people are not paying. So it's all a wash anyway. And obviously the big ticket item is all the capital improvements, which is where they make their ridiculous contracts and all their friends are making their money and everyone is, it's the most expensive to build any, 1 foot of track, 1 mile of track. It's the most expensive city and it's the worst system there is. So the fact that the system continues to break down, there's no accountability. And then what do? They just pit working people against each other. Oh, it's your fault it's not working because you're skipping over the turnstile. No, it's not. That's not it at all. It's their fault for stealing the money and doing all these useless capital improvements.
Well, that's why they have congestion pricing. They say, it's so that they can go out and borrow money to do capital improvements. But they're losing now $800 million a year. In 2024, they lost $800 million. Let me break it down for you. So 30% was lost at the subway turnstile, 50% and the bus not paying their fare. They lost $46 million for people who are not paying their tolls, taking the MTA tunnels and bridges. Mm-hmm. So they had the fake plates, the paper plates or the covered up plates. Then $44 million they lost. People not paying their fare on the Long Island Railroad and Metro North, basically getting on and refusing to pay because you don't have to pay in advance. You know, all of a sudden the conductor comes up and they got that, what is that, hole puncher?
Yeah, right.
Is that not the most primitive way of paying for it? And he's got to keep punching your ticket. I mean, what a waste of time.
Like paper flying all over the place.
Yeah, little pieces on the ground. And then what do they do if you don't pay? They're not going to pick you up and kick you out. What are they going to do? Call an MTA police officers?
They'll stare at you a little bit.
There's so few. But increasingly, more and more people, they just get on the Metro North trains, they get on the Long Island Railroad trains, and they refuse to pay. And it's getting worse and worse and worse. And they're not doing any kind of enforcement. There are no consequences. Let's open up the phone lines and see if any of our listeners can be creative in terms of things that could be done to force people to pay their fare on the subways and buses, and now increasingly on the Long Island Railroad and Metro North, where they're starting not to pay their fare.
No, but again, that's the whole point. I mean, at this point, it doesn't make a lot of sense. The amount of money that they're spending uselessly every day is completely overridden. It doesn't matter. I don't think there's any point whatsoever to be prosecuting people or going after them. And then this idea that, well, if people are, and then they try to put it on the like the criminality element. Well, someone who's going to hop the turnstile is more likely to commit crime. It's like, no, you don't have to worry about that. There's plenty of people committing crimes on there. It has nothing to do. There's no direct correlation between those two things. But I think a lot of people don't want to pay because it's a kind of a overrated system. And I think you are on it enough times when you realize that, well, like, what is your alternative to really have your voice be heard? Obviously, it's not through having these officials do the right thing. So you're like, maybe there's like a form of civil disobedience by not paying.
Well, you also see other people not paying, and you figure out, why should I pay?
Well, I mean, and the truth is, my $2.90 is not going to help the system. We both know that. So.
Well, it's $3 now.
Well, the $3 isn't helping either.
There was $2.90. It's $3 now. Anyway, our number's 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Let's get right to the phones. It's Tommy calling from Long Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Tommy.
Hello, Curtis. How are you?
I've had better days.
First off, and to make a mention, I met you back in 1985 when the Rego Park Rapist was going on, and you guys were set up in the Alexander's parking lot underneath the train station, and I paid my $15 for a hat and a sateen beret.
And
I marched the streets. Me and my friends, I was about 15, and me and my friends, we neighborhood people, we wanted to get involved, and we marched the streets to do right by our neighborhood.
Good, Tommy.
After that, listening to you now and here and there and all that, I really appreciate the cut of your jib. You really make common sense when you speak. Your brain is straightforward and right to the point. But we were talking prior about the Long Island Railroad. That's the reason I called. And it's crazy. I got to spend $500 a month to take a train from, I'm out in East Islip, and your lovely bride was in Bohemia. She's the next town east of me. To take the train to go to work, and you can live on the New York City subway system for $2.75 a week, and I got to pay all this money for that train. It's nuts.
No, it is, and then to be like sardines. No accommodations whatsoever. At least they used to, years ago, they had a bar car. They don't even have that anymore, Tommy.
Well, at least it's the working class people, and everyone just sits there and shuttles into their own little, self, and they don't say a word. They just sit there, and we have to do it. We have to go to work. It's not like I see the same people every day. We don't know each other's names. We don't know each other's pasts. We just sit there and go to work. It's a crazy system.
There's no doubt. In fact, Nancy, you were in that rush, from Ronkonkoma for years, right?
Yeah, I did that for a few years.
And so what is the wear and tear on you?
It's horrible because, so first of all, you have to, obviously when you live in Long Island, the presumption is you really need to have a car. There's really no way to get around it. But then you have to have a car to get to the station. And then from the station, you have to get on the train. And then from the train, you have to get to the subway. So by the time you actually, from door to door, it's so many transfers, so many different modes of transportation. All you need is like one of them to not work, and everything doesn't connect. So, and I know that since they extended that Grand Central Station, because I know people who taken the railroad coming in, and it was supposed to create this like alternative. So when people, they work on the east side, now they don't have to go all the way to Penn and then get cross town on the subway. But the joining trains, so like when you get to Jamaica Station, it's like the ones that go right away. They either go to Atlantic Avenue, they go right to Penn Station. They're off in timing. So you'll get there and then you have to wait like another 40 minutes for the next transfer over because the timing's all messed up. So yeah, I just find that's the thing about commuting. So, obviously you have a different quality of life when you're in Long Island. So I can see why the people commute, especially if they have kids. Maybe they want to have them go to the schools there. And then obviously here you'd have to be paying for like the private schools. But, and then, obviously it's a more relaxed sort of thing. So and then I think that's a trade-off. You have to do the commute because then if you're here, you got to pay so much more just to live here. So, yeah, I would still rather live in the city personally because it's just so in me now. I love the speed of it. I like Long Island. It's just still too quiet for me now.
Well, speaking of the city or the suburban areas where you were raised in Bohemia and Suffolk County, as Tommy mentioned, we're hitting this winter storm.
Yeah.
It's going to freeze much of the Northeast. It's canceled the inauguration the way it generally is done outdoors, so they're going to have to do it indoors. But what advice can you give? Because there are a lot of animals who are going to be outside. And they're going to seek sanctuary, especially if you park your car or your pickup truck or your van and you go inside your house. I don't think people realize how many animals immediately try to find their way under the undercarriage to stay warm.
Yeah, and also because a lot of times they'll have retained some of the heat because if someone just had used the car, so it still has that heat emanating there, and then the animals will go toward that. So obviously you have to be really mindful. Before you start the car up, have honk the horn, bang on the hood, make some sort of sound that is anything other than starting the engine, because that'll at least scare them away before you start the engine, which could have really incredibly horrible effects if they happen to be sleeping in there.
And the cats that do that, possums, squirrels,
anything
raccoons.
Correct, anything looking for warmth. So obviously now the big go-to thing is, any animal, definitely don't keep them outdoors. Limit any time you had animals outdoors. And then, to whatever extent, try to have spaces for them to go. Water's big one, right? Because water's freezing so quickly now. So you got to make sure any fresh water sources, keep something warm water, things like that.
And you have homes for the cats available.
Correct.
Describe what they look like. These are the cats that live outdoors and survive outdoors.
Yeah, so it's like a Rubbermaid Tupperware type big container, something that's waterproof. That's essential. That sort of forms the core of it. That's windproof, waterproof, and then the internals of it are like a straw. That's an insulating material, or styrofoam, which is also another insulating material. A very small opening. So this way, it's only large enough really to have to fit maybe one or two cats. And this way it helps maintain the heat. It has a really small enclosure area, so it's easy for their body heat to generate very quickly and to keep them warm. And then those materials are things that don't, get wet. Because again, obviously the issue is if an animal happens to, a cat gets wet for some reason, the odds of them, being able to dry off is little to none because it's just so cold. So you're trying to make sure that they don't have any chances of anything happening that could cause hypothermia.
And what is it you put in the boxes?
Well, like I said, so straw is a good material. I mean, you want to shy away from things like cloth, like blankets or towels, because those are things that actually will pull the heat from their body. So it may look comfortable to sit on, but it actually is taking heat away from them. Whereas straw does, and also straw would, dry easily. It won't get wet like, soppy like the way a material would, or styrofoam. That's a big one. Anything that's a styrofoam container.
So if people wanted further information on how to acquire those cat houses and wanted to know more about your work with the animal welfare group of the Guardian Angels, how do they get it?
ProtectOurAnimals.org.
ProtectOurAnimals.org. And then Nancy will be back in just a few hours and join me from 8 to 10 as we do the deep dive on the stories of the day. And then the Animal Welfare Hour that so many of you listen to from 10 to 11. You can always get it. The previous broadcast on the podcast at WABCRadio.com. So Lone Wolf is heading out into Central Park now. Check on all the critters. You're safer in Central Park than you would be in the subways, and I never thought I would ever say that.
Check this out. On the weekends, take a journey with the people's mayor.
Curtis Sliwa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Sliwa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Sliwa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Sliwa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Sliwa.
To the break of dawn. Committed. You see, it doesn't have to be a violent crime for people to feel as if they've been soiled, as if they've been violated so badly, they need to take a hot shower. We're going to go through a panoply of those coming up, but we've got a number of callers here that I want to deal with first. So let's go to Donna in Long Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Donna.
Oh, Curtis, how you doing?
I've had better days, Donna, better days.
Oh, we all have. We're getting too old. Okay, I have a point.
Yes.
The Long Island Railroad, maybe you could have the conductors stay outside the doors of the actual cars before the people board to collect their tickets.
You would think so, but I'm amazed at how primitive the collection of tickets is.
I know. I used to commute back in 1983 from Oakdale, and I never heard of such a thing that people rode for free.
Well, they're doing it more and more. New Jersey Transit, also Metro North. And I can never figure out, the conductors go up and down with the hole punchers. They punch holes in the tickets.
I know. I felt like they were my teacher.
Right. You would figure there's a far more efficient way to do that, right?
Yeah. I mean, we're in high tech now, and, there's no such thing as paper.
Look, they're afraid of possibly losing jobs, feather bedding, sting. Just you turn the conductors into people who are also police so that you get a double bang for the consumer's investment in the ride.
That's right.
And then
so those police turning conductors could stand outside the cars.
Exactly.
And as the people board, they could check their tickets. And if they don't have the tickets, then they don't get on.
Perfect. Brilliant. A hell of a lot better than the system that's operating now. I've seen conductors have to get into arguments with people who just board and say, no, I'm not paying. I'm going to Penn Station. And then, Broadway Billy, that's when I got to step in. I said, what's the next station? Jamaica Station? They say, yeah. You're getting off at Jamaica Station. No, I'm not. I'm getting off at Penn Station. I said, no. You're getting off at Jamaica Station. You heard what the conductor said, right? You got to get off the train. You in what army? Who the hell are you? Well, you're going to find out momentarily. Somehow, some way, they kind of figure out that I mean business. This has happened about 3 times, I would say, in the last year, which never happened before. Drunken behavior, on the Long Island Railroad. Oh, my God. Drunk like there's no tomorrow. But not really people not paying the fare and the conductor getting into an argument with them, and then it's brought to my attention, and then I sort of put my 2 cents plane in. Never happened before. And it's not like I take the Long Island Railroad that often. Maybe like twice a month to go to a speaking engagement in the furthest areas of Queens, where there is no real mass transit link, no subway service. And if you took the MTA money-taking agency buses, you'd be taking a month of Sundays to get there. And even of late, 2-3 times, I've had to do an intervention because people have come on, they don't want to pay the fare to the conductor. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Scott calling from Manhattan. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Scott.
Hey, how you doing, Curtis? Great to be with you. I wanted to ask you if you heard anything about the congestion pricing scam. So I live and work in the zone, and every time that I go out and go downtown, come out of the garage on 42nd Street, I've been getting charged every day the $9. I check my account. It's not like I'm coming from uptown. I'm already in, 42nd, coming out of the garage and going downtown. And every day that I went to work all last week, I got charged the $9. Have you heard anybody complain about that? Or
some, the system is so new, there are a lot of glitches. But have you tried to get relief from that? Because if you live in the zone, why are they clipping you?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. So I called up the Easy Pass, and they said, we have to refer this to, different department. And, who knows what's going to happen then. But, I'm trying to, get enough people to complain about it. But it's got to be, affecting everybody. I know I'm going past those cameras because they're on 42nd Street. They're on 9th Avenue by the Lincoln Tunnel. They're on 10th Avenue by 39th Street. And every time, I'm going home or going to work, I'm passing all those cameras, and they're clipping my Easy Pass, the signal.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to be doing the morning show with James Flippin, Jimmy Olsen news guy, on Monday. John Katzimatidis will be at the inauguration along with Sid Rosenberg. So I'm going to give it to him. When we finish our conversation, you're going to give all your information to Tony. James Flippin will be in touch with you, and we're going to make your cause one of the things that we discuss on the program Monday morning, because it seems to me an outrage. You live in the zone. You're already there. It's like you're in the jelly, in the middle of the jelly donut, and yet they're clipping you. Right, they're clipping you
every
for
day.
A congestion pricing charge.
So as soon as I come out of the garage on 42nd Street, whether you go east or west, I hit a camera. If I go towards the West Side Highway, I hit the camera. If I go towards the east side, I hit the camera. When I turn on 9th Avenue and go past Port Authority to the Lincoln, past the Lincoln Tunnel on 9th, boom, another camera's there. And then when I come up on 10th Avenue coming home, I get another clip from 39th Street. Now, they do only charge one for that calendar day, the $9. But all those days, I'm already in the zone. I didn't come from uptown or anything. I'm already here. And even a couple of times I went on the West Side Highway all the way downtown, but I'm going from 42nd Street. So I asked them when I called up, I said, do you have any pictures like the red light and the speed cameras? They show exactly where my car was, the time and everything. They said, those cameras are not that sophisticated. They don't have pictures or anything. So, I don't know what recourse, they know it says on my bill the time that I passed the camera, for the $9. So that, is correct because I looked at it and said, I was on my way to work. 9:30. Okay, that's the right time.
Wow,
but
that's, to
I'm
me.
already in the zone. This is like a total ripoff.
Scott, we're going to make it a priority. Make sure you're listening 6 to 10 Monday morning. I'm stuck with that Jimmy Olsen as my partner, but I am going to bring it up and make sure you get all of Scott's information, Tony, before he leaves. And I want the cut. I want the conversation that I had with Scott. I want the whole cut so we can play it in the morning. And then I'm giving Jimmy Olsen his assignment, James Flippin, and he's going to say, I'm a talk show host now. No, just for the day, pal. Right after that 4 hours, you better get on this. He's probably listening right now in Bloomfield. Say, I'm a Jersey, I deal with Jersey stuff. Oh, yeah? Well, Jersey people get clipped too. I think they're clipping them at $6 instead of $9. They make it seem like, we gave you a $3 break. What do you mean? Who got? Let's go to Jeff in New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Jeff.
Hey, so great to talk to you. I've listened to you for quite a while. You're fantastic, but I think I've got a new one for you. I just returned from home. I'm Basking Ridge, New Jersey, but I was just at New York Penn Station, and I had to use the men's restroom. And I'm in there at the urinal, and all of a sudden, I hear a woman's voice announcing she's with Amtrak police, and she had a whole slew of Amtrak male police behind her, and she's banging on the door for one of the stalls, and I couldn't believe it. Couldn't they just send in male officers? She had about 6 of them in tow behind her.
Yeah, no, first of all, I'm surprised for 3 levels. You went into that huge did you go to the main bathroom in Penn Station or one of the sub-bathrooms?
The main bathroom by 8th Avenue.
Yes, okay.
Where the police station is.
Right, so that's big. That's a big station. Number one, when you're at the urinal, you got to be careful of queer eyes on the back of your straight guy. Because a lot of guys hang out in there trying to hook up. It's like, why the hell would you be in a bathroom trying to hook up with a guy? That's number one. Number two, as you probably have seen before in some of the stalls, homeless people will set up like a hibachi grill and live in the stall. And then 3, at times the place, I mean, it hasn't been cleaned in a month of Sundays, and it'll have tape. Don't use this urinal. It looks like I've been in third world bathrooms that are in better shape than Penn Station.
Oh, it's gross beyond comprehension. Yeah, I mean, I was desperate. It's about an hour and a half for me to get home. And so I'm sitting there, like I said, at the urinal trying to deal with business. And here's this woman officer coming in, and she's banging on the stall. I think a homeless guy was in there, but she had like 8 male officers in tow behind her. Couldn't the male officers just come in and done that instead of having a woman too?
Well, just imagine if that were reversed, because the women's bathroom is the same size, except women always have to seem to wait online because whoever builds these bathrooms don't understand that they have different needs than guys, so they're always online. It could be a stadium, it could be an arena, upstairs Penn, the Madison Square Garden Arena. It's always women have to be online because their bathrooms are just not constructed properly for them to be able to use it to do a give and go. Guys go in and out like there's no tomorrow. But I got to tell you, these stalls in both the men and women's bathrooms are being used by homeless people who actually live in there, like you were witnessing when they came in. But if it were reversed, Jeff, and let's say they had an all bum rush into the women's bathroom, I guarantee you they wouldn't be sending in any men.
Oh, I'm willing to bet you're absolutely 100% right. I just couldn't believe it. Like I said, I've never experienced anything like this, and I avoid those bathrooms like the plague because they're beyond gross and disgusting. But I thought, oh heck, I'm in there now just trying to get in and out, and this woman comes in and she's screaming and banging on the doors, and the male officers are just looking, at their watch or whatever they were doing. I thought, come on, the whole bunch of guys lined up. I said, I just want to get in and get out of here.
I will tell you this. She was probably their superior officer, Jeff. Probably somebody had given her a hard time out in Penn Station itself, outside the bathroom. But I will tell you this. Your biggest problem in all these public lavatories, these bathrooms, is the cleanliness is horrible. So we just discussed with Nancy before she headed out into Central Park to check on all the critters as Lone Wolf 1. That's her nickname. How filthy and disgusting these public bathrooms are. Now, we have this flu bug that's raging. We have the virus that is raging. 3 times the number of people have reported being sick from flu and from this virus than the same time last year. It's really bad. I've come across a lot of people who had to cancel things they were doing. And they would call me up, Curtis, I got to cancel today. What's the problem? I've been projectile vomiting all day, all night. Even my son, Anthony, my oldest son, had a bout of this flu in which he was just projectile vomiting for about 3 days. It's nasty. So you can imagine. People are carrying these viruses, these bugs around. They go into the public lavatory like Penn Station. It's filthy to begin with. You go into Europe. You go into places like Penn Station in Europe, it could be Copenhagen, it could be Amsterdam, it could be Rotterdam, wherever. They have a men's room attendant. They have a women's room attendant. They're constantly mopping. They're giving out napkins. They actually had in Copenhagen, the main train station, they had a Barbasol little glass with combs. They had toothpaste, toothbrushes. You could get a toothbrush that you would have to discard. They had all the amenities that you would have at home right there. And I'll never forget, the guy was mopping up, and there was a guy and a gal getting it on in the stall, and he opened up the stall, and he hit the guy with the mop, and the guy went running out right into the night of Copenhagen. Well, there's so much more civilized when it comes to the utilization of a bathroom. And then you go to some of those cities. You go to Berlin, you go to Ankara in Turkey. They have the self-cleaning portals. They're round, they're cylindrical. You go outside, you put a quarter in, you go in, you take care of your business, and it self-cleans. By the time you leave, you hear it's like a vacuum. It's so there's water. whoever gets to use that next, it's cleaner than when you had it. Now, I realize the homeless people go in there and they set up the hibachi grill and they set up a little house and then nobody wants to use that cylindrical sort of bathroom. But these are civilized places. Not New York City. New York City, uncivilized. Now, Starbucks, forget about it. You can get a double latte. You may have to beg for the number to peg into the knob to be able to open up the public bathroom. It used to be you could go into a Starbucks, anybody could use the bathroom. No more. Now you got to go back to going to the Greek diner and ordering a double cheeseburger with fries and, a Coca-Cola, and then maybe then they'll let you use the bathroom. And then you go to the Chinese restaurant, they'll actually put a sign on the outside in paper, $2 to use the bathroom, $1 to use the bathroom. There was an attempt to get public lavatories on the streets many years ago. This was when I think Rudy Giuliani was mayor, or maybe before that under David Dinkins, in which the city council had a deal. There was a group that was going to put up these portable bathrooms, state-of-the-art. They were going to advertise on them. That's how they would generate revenue. It was called Street Furniture. It was an excellent idea. Some of these facilities I've seen in parts of Europe. But our city council was shaking down the CEO, the COO, and the CFO that had made the presentations for the street furniture. There was a combination street furniture and bathroom, public bathroom, self-cleaning. They claim, we need money for programs in our neighborhoods, our communities. It was a shakedown. Total shakedown. And they never built what should have been built many years ago in a civilized society. I mean, in parts of New York City, it's like a third world country. That's why when you say New York City, the greatest city in the world, doesn't even have public bathrooms that you can use. How could you be the freaking greatest city in the world when you can't even find a public bathroom to use in a city that we think has 8.3 million people? Add the illegal aliens, that makes it a straight 9 million, with all the visitors, people coming in to shop, people coming in to go to all kinds of Broadway shows, off-Broadway shows. How the hell are you going to say it's the greatest city in the world? I've been to cities that have public bathrooms in which they have men and female attendants taking care of every square inch, whatever you need. Toilet paper. Here's some extra toilet paper. Oh, you need a comb. Oh, you need to brush your teeth. All of that pristine, clean, no stink. Show me a place other than Bryant Park that has a public bathroom that is worth going into without holding your nose and wearing a hazmat suit and then basically being debugged before you even go home, because God only knows what kind of bugs or viruses you're going to be bringing into your apartment or house. So, again, how do you claim to be the greatest city in the world and you don't even have a functioning public bathroom? And you never tried to do it, and when you had a chance to do it, the greedy city council people were shaking down the CEO, the CFO, the COO of the company that has done it in Europe? Not one. So I don't want to hear this. Where you were playing before, let me hear that crap. We're the greatest city in the world. You played that before. Let me hear that crap. It's like your parrots. It's like you repeat yourself. Well, your mother said it. Your father said it. Your grandparents said it. Well, that was then. This ain't now. I mean, my God, I listen to WABC. That's all I hear. Greatest city in the world with the greatest police department. But they never say the greatest subway system or the greatest mass transit system in the world. That's for sure.
And it's still beautiful, John. We go out for dinner all the time in great restaurants. It's still the greatest city in the world.
Stop. Sid Rosenberg, you couldn't be more hopelessly wrong. And then, of course, there's Bo Snerdley.
All right, folks, holidays are right upon us. Enjoy Winter Wonderland in New York. We are in the winter season. We are in New York City, greatest city in the world.
Oh, stop that. No, it's not. No, it's not.
We are in New York City, greatest city in the world.
Sorry.
It's still beautiful, John. We go out for dinner all the time in great restaurants. It's still the greatest city in the world.
No, it's not.
The greatest city in the world, in the heart of the greatest city of the world, New York City. I am absolutely prejudice when it comes to the greatest city of the world. My heart and soul is in New York.
Now shut up, Arthur Aidala. Just find me a public bathroom that is functional. That doesn't stink, that doesn't have broken urinals and broken places to cop a squat. It doesn't have queer eyes on the back of a straight guy and actually works.
So sad to see what's happening in the greatest city, and they can't find a solution. This is so sad to see. Everybody who is out there, please see something, say something. This is the situation, because if it happened to me, it can happen to anybody.
What country is that guy from, huh?
New York is a freaking mess.
Yeah, damn right.
People are leaving. People are unhappy with the...
That's right, Dove Hyken. Say it loud, say it proud. It's the only way
so sad.
It's going to be straightened out. Hey, you're so sad. Go back to your whatever country you're from. That guy, I don't think he's one of us. Can I hear that again? Who the hell is that guy? He don't sound like me. Oh, what the hell? I don't care how many restaurants the guy owns.
So sad to see what's happening in the greatest city, and they can't find a solution. This is so sad to see. Everybody who is out there, please see something, say something.
Yeah, see something, say something. You got to do something. I'm not mentioning his name because you're probably looking to get a free meal here. Oh, yeah, Broadway Billy, right? No. He wants an advertisement. He's got to go to sales. No ticky, no washy, no talkie. Our number's 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Scott in Queens. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Scott.
Hey, listen, this is Scott. Curtis, as I mentioned, 82. I'm aviation graduate in 84. Tried to sign up with you guys back in the day, but it was too much for me. But you guys saved my life in the city. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when misuse of MTA cops on the buses. I come off a train on Jamaica Avenue to get onto the bus at Woodhaven, and the machine took my money, didn't give me a ticket. So I got on the bus because it was right there. I get to Woodhaven and Myrtle Avenue. 6 cops come on the bus and checking everybody's ticket and drag me off and give me a $50 fine. What the fuck, man? I'm sorry, excuse me.
Whoa. He's rightfully angry. But that's the Eagle Squad. That's a good question out there. Who created the Eagle Squad? Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo got rid of him. I actually wasn't a fan of this guy. He was from Great Britain, but he actually turned out to be a damn good operator of the subways and bus system, more so the subways. I think he's in Toronto now. I'm not quite sure. Who am I talking about, ladies and gentlemen? He was the Limey Blimey. I actually made fun of him when he was first appointed to be running the subway system, but the workers loved him. The riders loved him, and he put into effect that Eagle Squad that comes on the buses and checks the tickets. And if you no ticky, no washy, no talkie, you don't have the ticket, they're going to write you up. And they do come. They roll strong. They come on, 6 of them. Like, where do you think you're going? You ain't going out the back door. You didn't pay. Yes, I did. No, you didn't. Check my Metro card. Well, we're going to do that right now. They go in the front. Yeah, you didn't pay. 1-800-848-9222. Who was the Limey Blimey from the UK who looked like a light bulb head? That gives you an idea who he was. Had a strong accent, but it turned out the riders of the subway system, the conductors, the motormen, the maintenance people, they loved this guy. And he really loved the subway. And who got rid of him? Because, he was taking the attention away from him as governor. Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo, King Cuomo II, the son of Mario Faccia Brutta, Cuomo, King Cuomo I. Who am I talking about? If you get the name right, you get a Curtis Lewa Booby Prize. Don't ask, don't tell. I'm so cheap. I throw nickels around like manhole covers. And whatever you win, I'm going to send COD, cash on delivery. I don't know if they even do that anymore. 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
New York is still the greatest city
on the globe.
No, it ain't.
Period.
No, it ain't.
It's Another Side of Midnight. Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
A company always on the run, a destiny, oh, it's the rising sun. I was born, a shotgun in my hands, behind the gun, I'll make my final stand. Yeah, and that's why they call me Bad Company. I can't deny. Bad Company.
Who was the limey-blimey who was running the subway system for a while and then got the boot by Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo when he was governor because the limey-blimey was outshining him. Knew more about the subway system than Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo, who claims he took it when he was young and growing up, but really never did. I think he was driving muscle cars, a Trans Am, a Pontiac GTO, probably at 14 illegally, but nobody was going to clip him. Nobody was going to clip him. Let's go to Michael, who's calling from Staten Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Michael.
Hello, Curtis.
Yes, Michael.
Hello? Are you there, Curtis?
Yeah, you got to put your mush right into the phone so I can hear you.
All right. Hello?
Yeah, you got to put your mouth on the phone receiver.
All right, and by the way,
you're calling like you're talking in a tunnel, Michael. Hey, don't pull my chain and chew my shorts. You know, you're gonna talk. You put your mouth on the receiver. Is that so difficult? I know what you're doing. You're like on the other side of your room, and you got it on speakerphone, and you think, oh, I'm not gonna get up for that guy. Oh, yes, you are. Or you ain't going to be on the radio. Let's go to Lewis, who's calling from Brooklyn. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Lewis.
Yeah, hi, Curtis. I've seen this with my own eyes, and I know it for a fact that a lot of people try to beat the fare on the trains. They try to slip over the gate, the turnstile, or they wait for somebody to come out of the gate and they run in. Because you have stations. I swear to God, there's no machine, no MetroCard machine. You can't fill the money, and the clerks don't do it anymore. Okay, that's one thing. And what they say is, oh, you got to go to the Omni machine, and you got to put a $20 bill in, and you'll get $20 credit on your card. They said, no, I just want to pay for one fare. And they say, well, they don't do that. But there's no machine. They're taking away. One of the supervisors was on the platform. I asked him, what about the machines? He says, we're taking away, by March of this year, they're going to take away all the MetroCard machines. So if you don't have enough money on your card after March, you're out of luck.
By the way, they said those token booth clerks would become station managers and walk the station. They never leave that booth. They never. What do they do any longer in that booth?
They hand out envelopes if you want to get your money back on an expired card. Once in a while, they do that. I asked them. I had an old card with $3 on it. I said, I want to get my money back. They say, oh, here's an envelope. You'll hear from them in 60 days.
60 days?
Yeah.
Did you ever get your money back?
No, I am still waiting. This was a month and a half ago. I'm still waiting. So what are they going to do? They're going to send me a check?
Louis, you're not going to trust the government. You know the government is going to give you a hand job here. You know, yeah, it's coming in 2 months, right? The check is in the mail.
Well, what am I going to do? I took a chance, But another thing with the cops, Hochul said she's going to put cops on the trains, right? Now, here's the problem: you got 6 trains running on a line, let's say like the LL line, the Canarsie line, the Brooklyn line, you got 6 trains running at all times off the rush hour between like 9 and 3. How are you going to put 2 cops on each train? That's 12 cops right there. And then at rush hour, there's like 10 trains. What are you going to do? Put 4 more cops? How are you going to do that? You got trains with 10 cars in them. How the hell? And in rush hour, how the hell are you going to do it? You have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of trains. You ain't got enough cops. So who's kidding who?
No, it's just basically rearranging the chairs on the deck of the Titanic. She does this all the time, Kathy Crime Wave Holcomb. She knows nothing about the subway system. And she's saying, I'm going to put down the National Guard. She claims she has 1,000 people assigned to the National Guard, from the National Guard in the subway. Have you seen the National Guard in the subway, Lewis?
No. I saw one guy that looked like a soldier, but he was like going from an armory or something. But I'll tell you something else, too. Years ago, I remember, a lot of the older people, like I'm 71 years old, used to remember you had stores all over the train system. Stores. You had 3 stores at one stop, and at 34th Street on the A train, you had like 6 stores. And then on the Canarsie line, you had stores. You had like 4 or 5 stores. They got rid of all these stores. They lost their revenue. There must have been about 500 stores system-wide. I counted about 220 of them before they started taking them away.
No, you're correct. In fact, down on Fulton Street, they have a whole mall area there they created because they created a better connection to all the subways that meet there. And now, other than a Dunkin' Donuts, all the storefronts are empty. They're all empty because, first of all, they charge too much, Lewis. They charge way too much. They don't provide any security. You would think, okay, you're going to have an MTA cop patrol in the area. And so the same thing that goes on above ground where people are coming in and they're shoplifting and they're stealing and they're going into stores and causing all kinds of problems and sitting there and refusing to leave, goes on in the subway. And they don't, even though they're generating revenue for the MTA money-taking agency, they provide no security whatsoever, Lewis.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad, Curtis. What are you going to do? You're going to run for mayor. I'm going to vote for you. How do I vote for you? What line are you on?
Republican line, and there'll be an independent line. That'll be the animal welfare line. That comes later on. Well, let's face it. Who knows the subway's better than me? Come on. You think this Janet Lebo knows this guy who runs the MTA? I want to hear what he had to say to all of our listeners here and others who use the subway. He said that crime is in your minds. Now, remember, this is a guy who lives over by Ditmas section of Flatbush in a mansion on a tree-lined boulevard. We pay for the town car that takes him everywhere with the gun-carrying MTA police. He never takes the subway. He could go over to Flatbush, take the 3 train. He could go further east and catch the Q or the N train. He never does that. So the very system he's in charge of, he never takes care of. He never is on it. Listen to this schmuck, this putz.
Last year, we were actually 12.5% less crime than 2019, the last year before COVID. But there's no question that some of these high-profile incidents, terrible attacks, have gotten in people's heads and made the whole system feel less safe.
In our heads. Fire this guy. Let's go to Daryl, who's calling all the way from Toronto. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Daryl.
Yeah, Curtis. The guy's name was Andy Byford, the British guy that used to run the MTA.
You're correct. I call him the Limey Blimey, Andy Byford. I was wrong about him. I didn't think he would be effective. He actually rode the subway every day. Was beloved by the motormen, the conductors, the people who worked in the system, the people who rode the system. And Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo sacked him, fired him because Andy Byford was getting more attention for actually doing the job he was hired to do and improving the subways. And Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo got upset and basically ran him out of town. Daryl.
Yeah, and he used to run the subway up here in Toronto. He used to head up the TTC. You mentioned Toronto. He's not here now, but he was here before he went to New York.
Oh, you could use him there. I understand you're having problems in the Toronto subway system.
You know what? Since COVID, I've never seen homeless people sleeping on the subway. Now I see it all the time. So it reminds me of New York.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I keep getting calls. You know, I'm banned from coming into Ontario. If you see my passport, I have like 5 pages that they put in there. I got no problem going to the Maritime Provinces, Quebec. I can go to Regina, Saskatchewan. You know, I can go to Calgary, Edmonton. I can go to British Columbia. All 10 provinces, and the one that's banned me is Ontario. And the people there are saying, Curtis, you got to come. You got to help us with the subways. It's never been worse. You're right. People report to me homeless people, emotionally disturbed persons, people going on and robbing commuters in what was a really good system, the subway system in Toronto. Old, not modern, but well run.
Well, Curtis, we spoke a couple weeks ago. Hopefully we'll become the 51st state now that Trump's in, and you won't have to deal with passport control anymore.
Yeah, no, that would be good. I'd love to be able to come back to Toronto. And as I tell Daryl, there are more Italians in Toronto than there are in the 5 boroughs of the city of New York. And they think I'm lying, Daryl. They think I'm lying.
No, it's a beautiful thing. What prize do I win?
It's the Curtis Lewa Booby Prize. Don't ask, don't tell. I will send it to you, but it'll be COD, and they'll probably hit it with a tariff now that Trump is going to impose tariffs. So it may not be worth your while. It's actually some of my belly button lint.
Oh, okay. I'll take a pass. But it's great to talk to you again, Curtis. Keep up the great work. Yeah, and hopefully you'll make your way up here.
I think Andy Byford is working for us now, not in the MTA. They ran him out. I think he's working for Amtrak. That's the last. But he is a valued individual. He's run the London Underground. Like I said, I really did him wrong. I was at Holy Family, the gymnasium on Rockaway Parkway and Flatlands Avenue. They were having a town hall meeting about the L train, which had a lot of problems. When I was a kid, I started riding the L train when 1959. I was 5 years old. It was the LL train, lousy line. Now with all the hipsters and millennials, you know, from Bushwick, Aberdeen, right on up to Bedford, the last stop before you go under the East River into Manhattan. It's like it runs well. A lot of trains. It never used to be that way. So I go into the meeting, and hosting the meeting is Hakeem Jeffries, who thinks he's going to be Speaker of the House. Well, that may happen at any moment. The Republicans only have a 3 congressional person majority, and you know how that can change. Well, one day, Hakeem Jeffries, whose uncle was Leonard Jeffries, the most virulent anti-Semite ever to exist in New York City, and that's saying a lot. He was in charge of the Black Studies program of city universities, claimed that there were ICE people and Sun people, claimed that the whites were devils, and yet he was allowed to stay in charge of Black Studies. It was Herman Badillo, who had been the former congressman, Democrat, who ran with Rudy Giuliani on his ticket as a Republican candidate for controller, lost, but then became the head of the CUNY system and took that case to fire Dr. Leonard Jeffries all the way up to the Supreme Court and won because he was persistent and had the green light from Rudy Giuliani. Our number's 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Stephen calling from New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Stephen.
Thank you, Curtis. Good morning. I wanted to ask you that whoever perpetrates the subway, they could go on the streets, they could go on the bus, and we could all be victims in that sense. Number 2, do you remember Mike Quill telling Lindsay to drop dead?
Yep, I remember Michael Quill, the Irishman, a communist, I might add, who had one time been the, when they had a city council in which you would have councilmen at large, he represented the whole Bronx, but he was hardcore communist, in charge of TWU Local 100, They went out on strike. Lindsay thought that because he was a patrician, he could handle Michael Quill. He couldn't. Mike Quill, I think, ended up going to jail because he stood with the men and women of the TWU Local 100. And then I think he died of a heart attack, if I remember, Stephen.
One more thing, Curtis. What about the misleading statistics that go on in other cities in relation to crime and victims? I think it's a worldwide problem, nationally and internationally, that may make the papers in the cities, other cities, or not. Can I get your opinion on that, please?
You're absolutely correct. I have guardian angels in 13 countries, 130 cities, and I see that in first world cities. I see that in third world cities. And we've seen that with the FBI. During the Biden years, they've downgraded crimes in all the various classifications. They've made it seem that it's safer than it really is. They've cooked the books. And we know that the NYPD cooks the books, Stephen, because what they'll do is they'll make an arrest, and then by the time it gets to the precinct, they'll knock it down from a felony to a misdemeanor to a violation, give you a disappearance ticket, and then never worry about it again, even though it may have been a violent assault. They want to cook the books. They want to look good. And this is the business of government now, telling you that you have a perception of crime. Could I hear Eric Adams, swagger man, who now has a plan to get a pardon from President Donald Trump, because if he ever goes to trial in April for acts of political corruption, accepting foreign money that he put in his political campaign from Erdogan in Turkey, he'll end up going to jail. His cellmate will probably be Bobby Menendez, who will soon be sentenced in federal court, is facing 15 years for accepting money from Qatar and Egypt and acting as if he were their agent. Goldbar Menendez will be going to jail. And if Eric Adams ever goes before a jury of his peers in the Eastern District, downtown Brooklyn, it's a very good chance he'll be joining Bobby Menendez up in Otisville in the old cell that was occupied by Sheldon Silver, a.k.a. Hyman Roth, a.k.a. Meyer Lansky, the most crooked of the many crooked Democrats who have occupied offices in Albany, New York. Let's go to Michael in Staten Island. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Mike.
Hello, Curtis. Hello?
Yes, Michael.
I would like to comment on the fare beating on the buses. Now, I take basically two buses every day. In the morning, I get on the very early in the morning, 4:45, or the 53 that runs from Bay Ridge to Port Richmond, and then there's transfer to the 62 on Victory Boulevard down to Travis. And very early in the morning, there are no fare beaters because it's just working stiffs like me, and we pay our fare. But in the afternoon, on the way home, easily, half the people don't pay. And I understand that the bus operators, they're not obligated to do anything. But there is one bus operator, I don't get him every day in the afternoon, but there is one operator that has taken things into his own hands. And if someone doesn't pay, he tells them a fare is required, and if you don't pay, I'm going to call the police. And if they don't get off the bus, he stops the bus, and he gets off, and he calls the cops. And I don't mind that too much because I'm on my way home, and I feel like a sucker most of the time, being the only one of the only ones that pay. And this bus operator is doing the right thing. He just gets off the bus. He turns the bus off and waits for the police. And I think that's a step in the right direction. He's taking taking his life in his own hands because you know what the situation is in these days. 13-year-old kids.
Well, Michael, remember when we were kids and you'd get on the bus and they had the churner up in the front that would churn all the coin. You would hear the coin going round and round. You had to put your coin in, whether you had a student government organization pass and you put a nickel in or the regular fare. If you didn't pay your fare, if you tried to get on the back, right, that bus driver had a stick right behind his seat, and he was like, oh, my God, he was like Buford Pusher and Walking Tall. He came back in that bus. You ran the hell out of that back door because he was going to whoop you right there.
That's right. That's right. And it was also when we were kids, you would be shamed off the bus if you didn't pay your fare. People would say, get off. But people keep their mouth shut now, me included. I'm a senior citizen. I'm not going to, take you don't know what's going to happen now.
Oh, I remember I was taking the bus from 86th and 4th Avenue over the Verrazano Bridge. You got a lot of Chinese now coming out there. They own houses. And, and you're right. I'm looking about half the people didn't pay their fare. It's going down Highland Boulevard. And then these three punks get on, didn't pay their fare, and it's taking them. The last stop is the Staten Island Mall. So it had quite a ways to go. So I had to get off on Seaview and Highland Boulevard. And these guys, they're causing trouble. And I could see the bus driver was having a conniption. So I told the bus driver, don't worry about it. I got it. I went in the back and I said, hey, guys, I'm getting off at Seaview and Highland Boulevard. And they said, well, we don't need to know that. I said, but you do because you're getting off too. No, we're not. We're going to the Staten Island Mall. I said, not unless you take another bus because I'm getting off at Seaview. You're getting off at Seaview. Well, who do you think you are? Well, you're going to find out. They left. They got off at Seaview. They were woofing at me. I said, did you get off the bus or did you not? And that's all that mattered. Give them 30 days in the hole. You don't pay your fare. Put them on the rock, Rikers Island. Plenty of room there. Once you go to Rikers Island, trust me, I've been there. You ain't going to want to go back for not paying your fare. But the way it is now, why should anyone pay their fare? 50% don't pay their bus fare. 30% don't pay their subway fare. And it gets worse and worse by the day.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Sliwa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Sliwa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Sliwa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Sliwa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Sliwa.
Don't come around here no more. Don't come around here no more. Whatever you're looking for. Hey! Don't come around here no more.
Petty and the Heartbreakers, when you hear this story, you know what I'm talking about. Illegal aliens, of which we have millions here in America. And now that Donald Trump will be sworn in as the 47th president of the United States on Monday at 2 o'clock, he has thrown the gauntlet down and said to his border czar, Tom Homan, that there's going to be immediate sweeps and arrests of bad hombres, illegal aliens who have committed crimes either here in America during this stay that we paid for lock, stock, and barrel, or having committed in their countries of origin before they even got here, but they never went through a vetting process, so how the hell would we have known? Now, it's clear that he wants to scrap with Johnson, the mayor in Chicago, who has been defiant, and the billionaire governor there who thinks he's going to one day become President Pritzker or whatever the hell his name is. No way. And so he's actually gone there and publicly said that your mayor sucks, Johnson, the socialist Democrat, and your governor sucks in Springfield, I believe it's Pritzker, the billionaire. So we know he's going to go into Chicago first. He'll have 200 ICE agents with him. And they're going to immediately be delivering detainers, which means they have the right to take somebody into custody, whether they're in a court, whether they're in a correctional facility, wherever they are. They know where they are already. So figure they'll take in probably a few dozen the first day. They know exactly who they're aiming for. That's not the biggest issue. And again, surprise, surprise, surprise. I told you this mayor would pivot and shift. Didn't he recently have a meeting at Gracie Mansion with Tom Harmon? Why do I keep calling him Harmon? Homan. The border czar, with the local head of ICE, Immigration and Naturalization Service, that Eric Adams was always ignoring. It was the three of them. And I thought there was going to be some kind of cooperation once that President Donald Trump was sworn into office. Well, guess what? At the end of Saturday, the end of the news cycle, it escaped a lot of attention out there. Guess what Eric Adams said, Broadway Billy and Tony and the rest of you? He said he won't be able to assist the feds with President-elect Donald Trump's massive deportation plan because of New York City's status as a sanctuary city. He can't do it. I want to do it, but I can't do it. Yes, you can, you wuss. He said the law is the law. The law is the law. He's been indicted for breaking the law 5 times. He's going on trial in April for breaking the law. He said there's nothing I can do. If Tom Homan is going to begin mass deportations in New York City, we have laws that prevent me from doing so. What laws? It does not supersede federal law. You see, he pulled the bait and switch here. Oh, I'm going to work with Tom Homan. I'm going to work with the president. I'm going to work with the attempts to deport the bad hombres, and now it turns out, he says, at the end of Saturday, which I always knew would happen, I can't do it because I've answered that question over and over and over again. The law is the law, and I can't break the law. You break the law all the time, Eric Adams. All of your sycophants, toadies, and lackeys break the law over and over. That's why so many of them have been indicted, like you. We don't break the law, we follow the law. Bullschnizzle. What you do is you refuse to follow what the city council wants you to do and dare them to take you to court, along with legal aid, along with the New York Civil Liberties Union, along with these immigrant groups. Let them sue you because they're really suing us. And we'll be more than happy to stand with you if you grow a set and actually work to deport with ICE the really bad hombres, of which we got a whole batch. I knew this was going to happen.
And I'm going to adhere to the laws that were in place prior to me getting in office, and I'm not going to do anything to go against those laws.
You wuss. And I knew that was the case. Oh, did so many people get bamboozled? So many people get bamboozled by this guy. This guy's a bait and switch guy. This guy is a pivot and shift guy. He tells you. He's a flip-flopper.
This city has always been a sanctuary city, and we've always managed those who wanted to come to New York City to pursue the American dream.
Oh, what a fake, phony, fraudulent fugazi. Now, remember, he was sitting there at Gracie Mansion with Tom Homan, the board of czars, ready, willing, and able, right after Monday to start deporting people. He's going to hit Chicago first.
We need to modify the sanctuary city law that if you commit a felony, a violent act, we should be able to turn you over to ICE and have you deported. It is a right to live in this city, and you should be not committing crimes in our city for doing so. Right now, we don't have the authority to do so.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do, because federal law supersedes whatever cockamamie law you think the city council is following. Who's the mayor here in New York City? Is it Adrian Adams, the Speaker of the Council, who wears the pants? Because Eric Adams just basically teased the president, teased Tom Homan, the border czar, because he so desperately wants a pardon for all of his sins. Gave them the impression that the police department, the court system, the correctional system was going to work with ICE when they launched these raids, and now he's backing out. Give me, what did he say again, Broadway Bob, Bill, whatever
we
the
need
hell.
to modify the sanctuary city law that if you commit a felony, a violent act, we should be able to turn you over to ICE and have you deported. It is a right to live in this city, and you should be not committing crimes in our city for doing so. Right now, we don't have the authority to do so.
Yes, you do. You got to challenge it. They'll take you to court. What's the worst thing they can do? Find that you're at fault and sue us, the taxpayers. I'll be more than happy to pay that if you just grow a set. The guy has no balls. Here it is. He has the support of Donald Trump. He claims he went down to Mar-a-Lago not to seek a pardon, but to discuss the migrant issue. He claims he was forced to spend $7 billion of our money. Bullschnizzle. But here on this one, Tom Homan's ready to go. He said Chicago first, New York second. No, I can't. I'm sorry, Tom. I know it appeared that way. I know when we sat in Gracie Mansion, I know. I gave you the impression that it was going to be full cooperation, that, in fact, we were going to open back up the office on Rikers Island where ICE used to operate from, so that the moment that some Mudda Skell, who happened to be an illegal alien, was being released on their own recognizance, ICE is right there with the detainers. Sorry, Charlie, you're going with us to Vesey Street or Elizabeth in New Jersey, and we're beginning to process you for deportation, right? Didn't he give us that impression, right, Tony? Huh? And now he wolfs out at the last second. What a
And I'm going to adhere to the laws that were in place prior to me getting in office, and I'm not going to do anything to go against those laws.
You go against laws every day. The ones you choose to go against. You know, I got to really say to many of you, and I know you're lying to me, I voted for you, right? They all say I voted. If you all voted for me, I would have been the mayor overwhelmingly. Every day in the streets, I voted for you. I say you did not vote for me. If you voted for me, I would have been mayor. No, Curtis, I voted for you. How do I know? Everybody comes up and they tell me that. But I know that the mass majority of you voted for Eric Adams. And now you must suffer. Because elections have consequences. And some of you are foolish enough to want to reelect him. He just had to sit down with Tom Homan, right? The border czar. The guy knows what he's doing. I mean, he's actually originally a New Yorker from way, way upstate. I think near Fort Drum. A little town. But the guy acts like a New Yorker, rough and tough. I'll kick your ass. Yeah, Mayor Johnson in Chicago, you suck. Isn't that what a New Yorker sounds like, right? He said that in front of the actually Chamber of Commerce of Chicago. He said the mayor there sucks. The governor, Britzer, whatever, the billionaire sucks. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. I warned you. I warned you that this guy would do the double dutch on you. I warned you he would do a pivot and shift. Again, I don't think it was reported on the news. It occurred late on Saturday as we went into Sunday. Mayor Adams said he won't be able to assist the feds with President-elect Donald Trump's massive deportation plan because of New York City's status as a sanctuary city. Bullschnizzle. He doesn't want to offend the left. He wants his cake and he wants to eat it too. Well, he's going to piss off both sides in this debate. You'll never satisfy the left, Eric Adams. You have a better chance at satisfying moderates and conservatives, and you say all the right things because you play to your audience, but you don't deliver. That's your problem. You don't deliver. You said you would consider setting up an office on Rikers Island that used to be open, that would have ICE agents there, and they would know everybody who was incarcerated and why they were incarcerated there, most of them because they can't make bail. And the moment they were planning to release someone who was an illegal alien, who had committed a crime, the correctional department would inform the ICE agents on the Rock, on Rikers Island, who had an office there, hey, we're ready to release Diego. Could you come take him with your detainer? And he would either be taken to Vesey Street, downtown Manhattan, or out to Elizabeth in New Jersey, and they would begin the preparation for deportation, as long as his country of origin would take him back. Right now, Trump has a few problems, which I'm sure he can resolve through, quote, negotiation. Maduro will not take back any Venezuelans. Ortega in Nicaragua will not take back any Nicaraguans. The Cuban regime will not take any Cubans back behind the sugarcane curtain. And Haiti will not take any of their citizens back because they don't even have a government. A guy named Barbecue, who is the head gang member, he pretty much rules the country. So they know taking them back. Remember, you can't just put them on a plane and send them back. They got to be willing to take them back. So they're going to be stuck here for a while. Maybe Trump can negotiate something. He's good at that. But for the time being, they're going to be an encampment. In our area, it's either Vesey Street, downtown Manhattan, or Elizabeth. That's the bigger facility out in New Jersey. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. But there's a much bigger problem, and nobody's really discussing it. You know what it is, Tony? It's the 14th Amendment. It made the U.S. a place where every child who is born is equal under the law. The anchor babies, that means you're birthed here, you're a citizen, regardless of the status of your parents. And that's something that Donald Trump said he is going to issue an executive order on. I don't know if that can be done. We're going to discuss it because that's the bigger problem that Trump and Tom Homan and his federal administration have in doing deportations. The 14th Amendment, the anchor babies. If you're birthed here, you can stay here. Then the question becomes, but can your mother and father stay here, your sister and brother? And that hasn't necessarily been completely ironed out, but the 14th Amendment is the 14th Amendment. It's been there for 157 years. This anchor baby system that I'm pissed off at, I know most of you are, just because you're born here shouldn't mean you're a permanent citizen unless you renounce your citizenship, let's say at a latter point in your life, which people have done. Our number is 1-800-848-9222.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
It's Phil Collins. Take a chill pill. We got some breaking news.
Breaking news, WABC.
My TikTok account is still black. Nancy said I had about 500,000 followers. It's true. And that's how mostly young people knew who I am and what I do along with the Guardian Angels. Generally 16 to 25-year-olds. What do they call them? Generation XYZ, whatever. but they depend on TikTok. So I can be walking in Times Square and some kid from Salt Lake City, Utah comes running up to me. I'll follow you on TikTok. Other than that, he wouldn't know what the hell I am other than a 70-year-old guy running around with a red beret and a red sateen jacket, thinking I'm one of the superheroes there next to the singing cowboy, who's entertaining people in Times Square. And actually, the superheroes and the cartoon characters, they're trying to shake you down for money. And they're all illegal aliens, I might add, who live over in Paramus. And they come over on the Port Authority bus each and every day. And nobody asks them for their papers. But let's deal with the other issue. The peace in Gaza, right? We've been said it was peace. Well, no. Netanyahu has said, if we don't get a list of the actual hostages, there's going to be no peace. So as you know, President Donald Trump wants his Ronald Reagan moment where he can get sworn into office and then in his speech say, I threaten them and they release the hostages because they know the power and the might of America. Right now, I don't know if he can say that. Maybe he can hint it, suggest it, nudge it. But Bibi's saying no list, no peace. We want a list of the actual hostages you say you're going to release. We don't want numbers. We want to know names. So that's where that stands. But the bigger issue here that nobody is talking about is that Donald Trump plans on being inaugurated probably that same afternoon to sign an executive order denying birthright citizenship to the children of illegal aliens on his very first day. That's major. That's major. That means the Trump administration will not issue passports and Social Security cards to children born to migrants in America on soil. They call it being born on soil. Now, you know damn well court challenges are going to follow, and ultimately this decision will be determined by the courts, but at a much more rapid pace than if you tried to change the 14th Amendment, which would require a lot of heavy lifting. I see no desire on the part of Donald Trump to be working that aspect and changing the 14th Amendment. But remember, the United States and Canada, they still have the right of soil. That's what they call it. Yet 20 of the most developed countries in the world have given up what originally they had offered, which was territorial birthright citizenship. You're born in their country, you're an immediate citizen. It ain't working in those 20 countries any longer. And it appears the only place it still exists is the United States whole hog, and to a degree in Canada. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Rose in Lynbrook. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Rose.
Hi, Curtis. I have 3 points. First one, I believe that the inauguration starts at 12:01, not 2 o'clock on Monday. Number 2, I thought Holman was going to lock up Swagger Man. He could have a customized orange suit made for him. And 3, listen, I have a perfect place for Tren de Aragua if Maduro doesn't want them back. They could send them to the Vatican. Let's see how Christian they are.
Yeah, you're right. Pope Francis always chastises anybody who says we want to keep the illegal aliens out, no matter who they are. He says that is a sin of omission. You should be willing to accept them. And yet you are right. It is the smallest city country in the world. It's got this huge wall around it. And there ain't no illegal aliens in the Vatican, I can assure you of that, Rose.
St. Peter's Square could have a lot of tents put up there.
You're absolutely right, except knowing my church, the Catholic Church, they would probably have it up there for the youngsters who would be singing From the River to the Sea, Palestine Will Be Free, and Intifada, 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 Rose.
No, they need to go too. I mean, this is crazy. Let's see how Christian they are. This is my church too, and it pisses me off, I have to tell you.
Oh, so remember, Eric Adams, when he went to see the Pope, because he insisted he had to see the Pope. He was going to leave New York City. Meantime, the Jewish kids and the faculty were being attacked on the campus of Columbia. He picked up, he left. The Pope praised him for accepting so many illegal aliens that we paid for and said, oh, that's the church's way. There should be a country with no borders. The Pope believes in no borders. Well, guess what? The Vatican has borders because nobody can get in there unless they let you.
Right. Well, let's try him out. Let's send him there and see what he does. Let's see how Christian he is.
Yeah, well, do as I say, not as I do. That's so typical of the Catholic Church. And later on, we'll be discussing who is sitting down with Donald Trump Jr. at that luncheon that they had in Mar-a-Lago. Actually, it was in the facilities of the West Palm Beach golf course that Trump owns there. It was Donald Trump Jr. It was obviously the president. It was Eric Adams, swagger man, now finally with a plan to get a pardon. And it was Frank Carone. What the hell was Frank Carone doing there? Now, this guy's a bag man. This guy is bad. This guy is being sued. This guy's under investigation by the Eastern District, along with Monsignor Jamie for, let's say, getting wined and pocket lined by certain interests. We'll get into that later on. But it was all about a meeting about what's in the best interest of New York City? No, I don't think so. I think having Frank Carone at this meeting means it was a meeting to seal the deal for a pre-pardon, not a normal pardon after the fact, after the case that's supposed to begin in April. But before the case can even be conducted, it would be swept away by a pardon from new President Donald Trump. Let's go to Mike in Queens. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Mike.
Yes, sir. The immigration thing, in its raw form, hypothetically, what would happen if we said to the 30 million people who Joe Biden let in here, if we just say, listen, go back to the border, every man, woman, and child in the country illegally will get $5,000 in cash just to go home. I mean, you could probably crunch the numbers, but if you said there's like $5,000 apiece to go back over the border to your countries, they can work it out. Because, I mean, that's a chunk of money, and it would save money. So instead of spending trillions of dollars, my God, on illegal immigrants over the course of the next 5 or 10 years, we could bite the bullet for $150 billion, give them $5,000 apiece, and they, thank you very much. You had a great time, but now there's a new sheriff in town. Off you go. I mean, your thoughts on that, and I'll take my answer off the air, sir. Thank you very much.
That's an excellent idea, Mike. Bribe them to go back. Once they're here, it ain't all that easy to get rid of them. I know the president makes it seem like, hey, federal law supersedes local law. He is correct. But there are layers you have to go through because the liars for hire, the lawyers who are practicing their martial art, I sue, going to be suing the federal government, which means you and I. And they're going to come at them in waves. So you're going to have lawsuits filed by the New York Civil Liberties Union, the American Civil Liberties Union, Legal Aid. You're going to have lawsuits filed by state legislatures that do not want to abide by the Trump principles of if you're a bad hombre, we have to extricate you. We've got to send you back to your place of origin. We know that. Our number is 1-800-848-9222.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. Oh, no. Paso muchas noches pensándote. Yo no sé ni cómo ni cuándo fue. Pero solo sé que yo recordé cómo te lo hacía y aquella vez. Si yo no puedo seguir solo, pero sé. Blasting their boom boxes. De mi vida te boté. With those big refrigerator style tweeters and woofers on the top of the cars they've stolen, blasting that bachata into the wee hours of the morning. Turn that crap off. I gotta go to work.
Baby, la vida es un ciclo. Y lo que no sirve, ella no lo recicla. Así que de mi vida muévete. Si te lo metes para recordar un TBT. Yeah. Que yo me cansé de tus mentiras. Ahora hay una más dura que me tira. Todo tiene su final, todo expira. Tú eres pasado y el pasado lo que pide un perreo sucio en la placita. No creo que lo nuestro se repita.
How many of them get into these cars with the paper plates, these fake plates? They got these refrigerator-style boom boxes on top of the hood of the car, and they're blasting his freaking bachata till like 3, 4 in the morning. And what the hell are the cops doing?
Yo te boté, te di onda y te solté.
Hey, amigo, you see this ice pick right in your tires, huh? You won't be coming here no more. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Get used to it. We better take Spanish. It's going to be our primary language. English is going to be secondary. When you turn that crap off, I got to go to work in the morning. Then you call 911, and it becomes a joke. Ain't nothing we can do. Nothing we can do. You call 311. Nothing we can do. Nothing we can do. You ever hear noise abatement, huh? Morning, and they're blasting that shot. Tell me that some of you haven't had to deal with that in your neighborhoods, huh? And you call up 911 and you get ugats, you get bumpkins. Our number's 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-9222. Oh, you're not going to turn the boombox off? By the way, where are your papers? Oh, you can't ask them for their papers. Enough of that crap. People got to go to work. They got to earn money to pay for you guys to eat your culturally appropriate food, your con arroz habichuelas with a chuleta on top. And by the way, Swagger Man with No Plan talks about how he wants to help get rid of the illegal aliens. He just built a new shelter along the Bruckner Boulevard in the South Bronx for 2,200 single, able-bodied young men with nothing to do and nowhere to go. Where the hell did they come from?
You're going to come here to this facility starting tomorrow.
When migrants first walk in after intake, they will see a recreational room set up with rows of couches, TVs, Xboxes, and board games. There will also be a phone bank so migrants can connect with family in order to find more permanent housing.
We can do that in 24 hours, maybe even less. Many times, it's going to take longer than that. It could take days.
Next, there is a cafeteria that will provide migrants with 3 meals a day, and snacks, coffee, and tea will be available 24/7.
Those meals are all culturally appropriate. It is South American fare. The menu rotates on a regular basis.
That makes me want to take a hot shower. I feel soiled. Listen to everything they're getting. For free. And now what happened?
PlayStation, 72-inch plasma TVs, culturally prepared food. What? You don't want a bagel with a schmear? I tell you what. What about con arroz habichuelas, beans and rice? What? You want a chuleta on top, a pork chop, mango, mofongo? Call Grubhub. The taxpayers will pay for it.
And what did Mayor Eric Adams say towards the end of Saturday after the news cycle? That he won't be able to assist the feds with President-elect Donald Trump's massive deportation plan because of New York City's status as a sanctuary city. The law is the law, declared Adams. Gee, it never applies to him. What, did he just get indicted on 5 charges of breaking the law? He follows only the laws that he deems worthy to follow. So he played this whole game out like he was going to play ball with Trump and Tom Homan. And, yeah, I'm going to assist you and going after the really bad hombres. And what did he say just before midnight? Sorry, I sold you wolf tickets. I got what I wanted out of it, but I can't do anything. My hands they're handcuffed. You know, the city council, they tell me what to do. Adrienne Adams, the speaker of the city council, she's the real mayor. She wears the pants in City Hall. I can't do anything. Oh, yeah. I wish I could be a man. I wish I could grow a set. I wish I had chutzpah. I wish I had culions. I wish I had huevos.
You can act like a man. What's the matter with you?
But I can't do anything. I really want to. Tom Homan, hey, Donald Trump. I'm MAGA. Just give me the freaking pardon, will you already? This is humiliating. Got to dance, yeah. They make them dance like the Russian bear at a circus. And Eric Adams, he's got to say all the right things if he's going to get his pardon. But the main thing that counts is working with ICE, the Migre, Immigration and Naturalization Service, because we've been told by Tom Homan he's good to go as soon as Trump is inaugurated and sworn into office in the freezing cold. He's good to go right into Chi-Town, Chirac. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Mary Jo, who's calling from Iowa, where there are more pigs than people. Your turn to be heard here on WABC, Mary Jo.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It is very quiet in Waterloo, Iowa, where the Sullivan brothers are from.
How you doing? I didn't know that. The famous Sullivan brothers are from there.
Yes.
Can you, for the edification of our listeners, tell us the Sullivan brothers you're talking about? Because I know the Sullivan brothers from Far Rockaway, first in war, first in peace. They're the best, but that's not the Sullivan brothers you're talking about, right?
Did you know?
Am I aware? Yes, that they all served in military service. I think the U.S. Navy simultaneously, right?
Yes, and Saving Private Ryan.
Wow. That's all incorporated into that?
Yes. There is
all out of Waterloo, Iowa?
The Sullivan brothers. There is a museum. And I am the daughter of Earl Lloyd Cockerham from the Cockerham brothers. He and his brothers were in the military.
What do you think it is about the people in your neck of the woods in that part of Iowa, Waterloo, as you stated, that so many of them were more than happy to put their lives at risk to defend America? In fact, even when it was like almost their whole families.
Oh, wow. My grandfather on my father's side was Cornelius Rehmeyer. He came over from Germany, and he fought in World War I against his own relatives in Germany. There was a commitment that originated from where they came from, and I think that was a lot of it. There are a lot of German families in Iowa, and they remember the reason they fight and what their mission is.
Well, you know, when I was in Cleveland at the time of the first RNC convention that nominated as their candidate for President Donald Trump in 2013, there is a huge plaque in bronze right near Lake Erie that talks about that the largest immigrant group into the United States were the German Americans. I think the plaque said 38 million at that time. And they had settled throughout the heartland, as you had mentioned, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, North Dakota, South Dakota, that whole area, Missouri. And they, as you said, they had to serve in wartime in World War I against Bismarck. and the Germans. And I'm sure there were a lot of people who were thinking that their sympathies were with the fatherland, Germany. And then likewise, during World War II, it had to be even more difficult then.
Yes.
So you have a museum there in honor of the Sullivan brothers. And I got to tell you, Mary Jo, you did a lot to educate me, and I think our audience. I had no idea. I would have thought the Sullivan brothers were like from California. I mean, look, 40 million odd people, more military servicemen and women than any state in America. I think number 2 per capita per person is South Carolina, but a lot of military personnel who are either retired or active duty or, unfortunately, no longer with us, who serve from the largest state in the nation in terms of population. 40 mil plus all the illegals, I got to believe that's like 50 million people there. Because you know they got about 10 million illegal aliens every time I've been to California, from San Diego right on up to, what the hell is that? I'm thinking of it right now. Border in Oregon. I'm trying to think of the city there. I'll get to it. No. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. Let's go to Irene in New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. And Irene.
Good evening, Curtis. I just want to commend you on you're wonderful, the work you're doing. But I want to tell you, when Adams first got in, he said he wanted to be surrounded by black and brown people. He doesn't want white people in New York. That's his main objective, to keep his seat, because he'll have the black and brown people only. That's what he's all about.
Well, you know, he referred to the white police officers that he served with for 22 years. He said, I kick those crackers' asses every day, which, man, they withheld that. So during the campaign, when I was running against him in the general election, nobody was privy to what he had said. That was said in some of his campaign stops to predominantly black audiences, but they kept it hush, hush, mush, mush. Then after he had beaten me a few weeks later, this came out.
I kicked those crackers' ass.
And yet...
He's a big racist, Curtis. He's a racist, definitely. He wants black and brown people. He doesn't want New York people to be white at all. He wants white people out of there. Only pay for the others. That's all. That's what he wants. He's a real conniver.
Yeah, that's. I like that. I haven't heard that in a month of Sunday. He's a real conniver.
Yeah, he is a conniver, let me tell you.
Or as they would call him in Italian, a chiacchierone.
Yeah, I'm 93 years old, so I'm going to be 94. I'm an old New Yorker. I came from 95th Street in between 2nd and 3rd Avenue. I was born on 119th Street, but then we moved to 95th, and that's where until the houses came down. And then my mom I moved out to New Jersey with my family, and my mother had to move. My dad had died. Had to move to 50th Street between 2nd and 3rd, and she passed away there years ago. But I'm 93. I'll be 94 in September.
Now, did you ever consider, Irene, becoming a groupie of Dominic Carter?
Pardon me, dear?
Did you ever think of becoming a groupie of Dominic Carter, our talk show host here, who thinks he's a singer? And has rhythm and can, comme c'est quoi, sort of charm the women, the cougars out there.
And maybe, folks, maybe I should be a lesbian because...
You see that?
Right. You know, Curtis, I'm sorry. I have a bit of a hearing problem, so some of the things I didn't hear.
Well, no, that's all right, Irene. I wouldn't want you to hear that. It was blasphemous. What the hell was that he was talking about? Again, wanting to be a lesbian?
And maybe, folks, maybe I should be a lesbian.
Because of what?
And maybe, folks, maybe I should be a lesbian. Because if you see the salaries of what this fire commissioner is paying her top lesbian assistants. One is earning $400,000. Another one, I think, is $500,000. So maybe I should be a lesbian. You know, I mean, with that type of money, I mean, I guess I don't have to have any fire experience to show up and say I'm a lesbian.
My God, not even put out a basket fire? By the way, that lesbian fire commissioner in L.A. in a lot of trouble, Ms. Crowley. I think that's her name. They are moving to sack her el rapido. 1-800-848-92.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
Padre, Filio, Spiritus Sanctum. So, ladies and gentlemen, the headlines that you missed because it occurred right before I came on the air at 12 midnight, and I take you to the break of dawn. Sunday morning, so nice, the suits have me come back twice with Nancy, who was with me the first 2 hours, but Lone Wolf is out there in Central Park taking care of the critters. When she puts out her wolf howl, they all come a-running. Sort of the female version of Dr. Doolittle. She seems to be able to talk their language. But anyway, the point is she'll be joining me from 8 to 10. We got to get into this story because this is an act of tricknology of the worst type. You know, this guy is a fugazi, and I told you he does a pivot and shift just to try to stay out of jail. And he was down in Mar-a-Lago with his bag man, Frank Carone. Why he was with Frank Carone is beyond me. And he was talking turkey with the president about a pardon, although he denies that. But in order to earn the pardon, he basically said he would work with Tom Homan, who is the border czar, who is going to begin his crackdown on illegal aliens right at that point when Donald Trump is sworn in on Monday at 12 noon. In fact, Mayor Adams said yesterday he won't be able to assist the feds with President-elect Donald Trump's deportation plans because of New York City's status as a sanctuary city that is not in the law. It is a resolution. It is not law. It does not supersede federal law. Adams knows that. Judge Weinberger here on the 5 o'clock roundtable discussion of John Catsimatidis and Rita Cosby has pointed that out, as other legal scholars have. You see, he doesn't want to believe that because then he gets his cake and eats it too. He can still have an appeal to the leftists. The mayor said the law's the law, and I can't do anything. Yes, you can. You choose not to. Let them sue you. You allow the ICE agents of Tom Homan to set up shop again on Rikers Island as they did previously before your friend, the part-time mayor, the dope from Bark Slope, destroyed this city for 8 years, Comrade de Blasio. He removed the ICE agents from Rikers Island. It's a very simple process. If you're an illegal alien, you committed a crime, you do your time here. Maybe some of them were just waiting for bail and they had to be remanded to jail like the majority of people on Rikers Island. But they were arrested for a reason. So there would be ICE agents before de Blasio on Rikers Island, and they would issue a detainer to the Department of Corrections on the Rock to hold that person they were prepared to release on their own recognizance, so that the ICE agents could come and take him either to Vesey Street or take him out to Elizabeth, New Jersey. And, that ain't happening. That ain't happening. So basically, he faked everybody out. Faked them all out. Let's go to Marianne, who's calling from Indiana. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Marianne.
Yes, I'm going back on the Pope. The topic of the Pope.
Absolutely. Pope Francis. Go ahead.
The Pope seems to support President Biden crime that he's committing now on murder, because abortion is the number one killer in the world right now. And it seems like the Pope supports Biden, who believes in long-term abortion, which means up to 9 months.
I got that, but I think that's passe composé, Marianne, because as of Monday, Joe Biden is out of there, back to the beach house, back to the basement. He will not have left an indelible imprint in our minds, hearts, and souls. He will have... My time's up. Yeah, your time's up. Get the hell out of here. And take your son, the other grifter there, Hunter Biden, with you. Oh, glory, hallelujah, hallelujah. I know I shouldn't be happy for this. So many people lost their property, lost everything they had in those fires that consumed Los Angeles County, and Ventura County. But I got to be happy for one thing. Hunter Biden lost his mansion and got burnt to the ground in Malibu, and he didn't have any insurance. And first, the fire marshals were sent there by the White House, and they did an analysis of his house burning down. I don't know why. He has no insurance. But then the DEA came 4 hours later and did a complete physical survey of the property, knowing that the rumor was that cocaine was stored in Hunter Biden's house by the kilo. And that is the predominant theory as to what was transpiring when the guys were going back and forth and planning on the final words for what would be a public proclamation on Monday itself. I need my choral arrangement here. I don't understand, Broadway Billy, why you're not giving me my choral arrangement. I need to say prayers. I need to be spiritual. I need to be in the swing of things. Thank you. Let's go to Giuseppe here in New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Giuseppe.
Good morning, Curtis. How are you? I've got an interesting twist on this immigration situation with my family. My son is married to a Russian girl from Siberia, of all places, and they met in Europe about 4 or 5 years ago. Long story short, to get her into the United States has been a real problem. Among other things being Russian, I guess. But they wound up actually living, and they currently live for the last 3 years in Playa del Carmen, Mexico. And they're trying to go about getting her into the country the right way. And they've gone the green card route, which has taken a while. She finally got her approval for a green card about a year ago in October, I guess. And the next thing she has to do is go for a physical and a series of interviews in Juarez, of all places, the American consulate there.
That I know. But now I'm engrossed in thoughtful, contemplative prayer. Because we got screwed again by the swagger man with a plan. He finally has a plan, but it ain't going to help none of us. It's a plan to get a pardon from his sins by President Donald Trump.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the people's mayor.
Curtis Sliwa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Sliwa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Sliwa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Sliwa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Sliwa.
Back when I was a child, before life removed all the innocence, my father would lift me high and dance with my mother and me, and then spin me around till I fell asleep. Then up the stairs he would carry carry me, and I knew for sure I was loved. If I could get another chance, another walk, another dance with him, I'd play a song that would never, ever end. How I'd love, love, love to dance with my Father again. When I and my mother would disagree, to get my way I would run from her to him. He'd make me laugh just to comfort me, yeah, yeah. Then finally make me do just what my mama said. Later that night when I was asleep, he left $1 under my sheet. Never dreamed that he would be gone from me. If I could steal one final glance, one final step, one final dance with him, I'd play a song that would never, ever end. 'Cause I'd love, love, love to dance with my Father again. Sometimes I'd listen outside her door, and I'd hear how my mother cried for him. I pray for her even more than me. I pray for her even more than me. I know I'm praying for much too much, but could you send back the only man she loved? I know you don't do it usually, but dear Lord, she's dying to dance with my Father again. Every night I fall asleep, and this is all I ever dream.
Beautiful song in tribute to his father. Maybe his best song of the many great songs that he produced and put out into the general public for consumption. Luther Vandross dedicated that song to his father, who had passed away early in his life, I think because of diabetes and high blood pressure. He grew up in the projects of the Lower East Side, and you can tell from that song the love that he had for his father and how his father had become such an incredible role model to him. So one thing that is missing in our society increasingly more and more, that a father plays a role in a son's life. It's so incredibly important because as close as the son gets to his mother, and the son is always closer to the mother, the daughter seemingly closer to the father. Daughters always seem to be getting into clashes with their mother, and boys with their father. But the father can have an incredible influence on a boy, whether that father is present all the time or present occasionally. And when you listen to the words of Luther Vandross's song, you can feel the pain, the anguish, the loss that he had when his father was no longer there. As so many fathers cannot be, because whether it's work-related or it's health-related, they pass away. And generally in our society, it is the duty of the children or grandchildren to bury their parents or their grandparents when they pass on to the hereafter. That's generally the way it goes, but not always. And this story that I'll be relating to you is so heartfelt because it's another one of these stories in the naked city that gets told once or twice and then it gets forgotten because there is so much chaos, there is so much crime, there is so much violence, and there is so many uncaring people who grasp a headline and then it's time to move on. And I dealt with this story to an extent last week because it was fresh in everyone's minds, and I think I'm going to have to drag you all back into the belly of the beast, as difficult it will be to discuss the details because it never had to be. It never had to be. We failed this young man. In fact, it was Tuesday in the Bronx that family and friends came together to pay their respects to that 14-year-old boy who was killed on his way to school on January 5th. I believe that was that Friday morning. You remember Broadway Bill Lee? It was the morning that our mayor, Eric Adams, decided he was going to go to Corona to get his eyebrows braided. And that became the lead headline. When really what he should have been was at Lincoln Hospital. He should have been there with the family and the friends who were getting the bad news. Someone so close to them as a 14-year-old had passed away because he had been stabbed over and over and over again on his way to school by a maniac recidivist who should have been off the streets. In fact, on that Tuesday, they marched for Caleb Rijos, who had promised that he would provide for his family someday. Maestro, I need a little bit of music, please. We must play that classic, that Luther Vandross classic, because it is so synergistic, except in this particular case, the father had to end up burying his son. You need to say his name. If I were to walk up to people in the city of New York today, as the warnings are out that it's going to be cold and frigid and sub-zero temperatures, and I were to say to people huddled in the subways, you know the name of that 14-year-old who was so savagely killed on his way to school on 138th near 3rd Avenue in the South Bronx? They'll say no. But they may have remembered some of the details as he was walking to school like he would walk on a regular basis, trying to avoid all the problems that plague those kind of neighborhoods. And trust me, I know that neighborhood like I know the back of my hand. I've been there for many, many years. But I want to bring you back to Tuesday because it really didn't receive the kind of attention that it merited. The family, the friends, the schoolmates of Caleb Rijos, the 14-year-old who was stabbed to death over and over, they marched for him that day. His dream was to be a football player. He said he wanted to take care of his family when he grew up. He was a beautiful boy, his grandmother Carmen Aponte said. And they all cried for this teenager who was innocently walking to school when he was stabbed in the heart and the lungs. Can you imagine that? You're on your way to school. You're thinking about maybe what you got to be prepared for in your lessons, or maybe football practice after school, whatever your extracurricular activities are, and a monster comes up to you, this maniac recidivist who had been plaguing the area for months, and nothing was done to take him off the streets. Nothing. You need to remember the name. Because already I see people, even in the Bronx where I was the other day, I said, you know that child who was killed, that 14-year-old? And they said, yeah, it was horrible. But they're so used to horrors that they've almost become immune. They've almost developed a veneer so as to not get emotional. And I say, you know, his name is Caleb Rios. Please say his name. Don't ever forget his name. Oh, we won't, Curtis. We won't. But you shouldn't be doing it because I'm asking you to do it. You should do it because it's one of those moments that are frozen in our city's history, a city where there are 1,000 stories that have to be told each and every day. And this is really one of the good ones, although it ended up a tragedy. More than 100 people were out there braving the cold to honor the freshman football player, as they all recalled dreams that he had conveyed to them. His teammate, Lamir Davis, said he was a very kind kid, never did anything wrong, always smiling, always had a good time. And the sadness of this story is that on that strip of 138th, when this maniac recidivist named Walter Mejia approached him with a kitchen knife, stabbed him so hard it went right through his left arm as he went to block it and pierced his heart. And then this maniac lifted the knife out of his body and stabbed him again. Oh, God. And the dreams that he had immediately began to just drain out of him. A special boy that he was, I think, recognized that he was in serious, serious danger. He started running. Nobody got involved, ladies and gentlemen. There were grown men on that street who saw what had happened, who could have easily joined together, could have gone out and tackled this guy down and given him a beat down. I don't care if they would have killed him at that moment. It would have been a justified killing. But Walter Mejia walked away with a big smile on his face, clearly emotionally disturbed. Clearly the demons had embraced his mindset. But nothing happened to him. Nothing. Nobody said anything. Nobody did anything. In fact, some of the local people said, hey, that's the crazy guy. He's always around here. He's always around here. Hanging out on 138th and Alexandra. That's the location of the 40th precinct right there in the South Bronx. There constantly. And everybody knew he was a threat to everyone. Nobody did anything. And as the young boy lay dying on the ground, he reached for his cell phone. And this is the saddest part of the story. He called up his daddy, his father, to say he couldn't breathe. He said, Daddy, I'm bleeding. Help me. Please help me. Could you imagine as even a father or mother having received that call, or an older brother or a sister, to hear his last moments? It's so heartbreaking. I can't shake this, and I've dealt with thousands of crime scenes, both here in New York City, all over this country of ours, and throughout the world. And this is one I'm never going to be able to shake. Never. This has destroyed his family completely. And remember, what the police did was they quickly obtained and distributed an image of the suspect fleeing the scene and soon figured out he was responsible for other acts of violence because he was known in the community. He was known by the police. So it's as if he's a time bomb walking around, as if he's nitroglycerin. You know that at any moment he is going to erupt. And then he explodes with a rage that takes this young boy's life. And the politicians, you know, I'm still waiting to hear on a date for a wake or a funeral, or maybe the family is so crestfallen. They're already planning their exodus like so many others and to leave the South Bronx, which so many have left before. But they got to be angry at the politicians like I am. Because if there is going to be a wake, if there is going to be a funeral, I know instinctively what's going to happen. I've seen this before. The mayor will show up and we'll talk about, you know, my son Jordan, and commiserate. And we don't want to hear that crap. It's not about Eric Adams. It's not about his son. And we don't want to hear another stream of politicians come in and with their fake platitudes and alligator tears act like they understand what this family has gone through. The cops eventually pinched this guy, Walter Mejia, and as we saw, he was completely out of his mind, acting up in Bronx criminal court, kicking over chairs, screaming, hollering like a total lunatic. And the family was comforted that Mejia was taken off the streets. But I got to tell you, 5 days before this monster killed this young, innocent 14-year-old boy, killed him savagely, Caleb Rios, he had stabbed a neighbor's Ring camera and stabbed a man on the subway platform at 138th and 3rd within the course of just 1 month's time. And he had set a neighbor's home on fire and got clipped with a loaded 9mm gun. All of this within 1 year's time. Yet he was free to cross paths with this unsuspecting, innocent child. They knew he had a mental illness. Why did they keep turning him back into the streets? You know that's what everyone is saying to themselves. I know that many of you are saying the same thing. They knew, they saw him mumbling and stumbling on a regular basis on 138th. He would go back and forth 138th and 3rd, the subway station, past Alexander Avenue, the 40th precinct, to where he lived in a nearby tenement in his mother's apartment and harassed all the neighbors. They all knew he was out of his mind, a maniac. And yet now, a psychopathic killer who may never see the light of dawn again, but we had every warning in the world. Every warning in the world. Why did they put him back out in the streets? So this time they charged him with murder, manslaughter, and criminal possession of a weapon. Wow. You would think that this would push individuals to change the no cash bail situation as another innocent victim is lost. But the politicians, they'll all come, they'll all cry, it'll be alligator tears, they'll all want to speak, you know, oh, let me speak. Why? Why should they speak? They failed this community, they failed this young boy, they failed his family. His family feels that they have been abandoned by a city that can be very cold-hearted in these times of tremendous loss. But the love of a father for a son I just ask all of you, ladies and gentlemen, if this were your son or your grandchild or your niece or your nephew, and they had access to a cell phone and they called you, and the last words in this world would have, please help me. Please help me. I'm dying. I know what I would think if that was any one of my sons. I would say, God, I wish I could be there. And yet you know you couldn't at that moment. And you would say to yourself, why is it that I have to bury my son when under normal circumstances it's a son who ends up burying his father? Now, who is responsible for this? There's a litany of people. You start with no cash bail. Or who did that? Andrew Evil Eyes Cuomo. He doesn't want to address that. But this is happening on a regular basis. This is the sin of Cuomo. It is a stain on our life, on our community, on getting bad people off the streets. He imposed it in 2018. He's never apologized for it. His lip service to remove it, and nothing gets done. And another body of a young 14-year-old boy with everything to look forward to in life wanted to take care of his family, like so many other boys and girls promised to do as they're growing up, and they realize that without their family, they too might be lost souls roaming the streets, ending up going to juvenile facilities like some of their peers, ending up being considered a truant, a juvenile delinquent, and someone who's incapable of being able to read or write or speak. In neighborhoods like that, you're surrounded, and you realize if you do have a solid family, you're like 1 in a million. And yet, your life is taken. You have a DA in Bronx County, Darcel Clark, a former judge. And as I looked at the rap sheet of this enemy of society, this maniac recidivist who should have been locked up in a psychiatric facility for the criminally insane, but never was, Walter Mejia, only 29, and yet has a rap sheet that goes back years. I said, where were you, Darcel Clark? Where were you as DA? Where were you and your staff? How come you weren't noticing a pattern here? How come you weren't noticing that he was a threat to everybody who lived in that vicinity of the 40th precinct, in and around, in the subways, on the streets, in the bodegas, in the parks, wherever you might go to seek relief or solace, or just try to go and take care of the needs that you had to buy products. This guy was always there. He was always an alarm to anybody passing by that at any moment he could just freak out and commit the most horrific crimes as he had done before. How much more needs to be done in terms of warning those who are in positions of power that they can do something. They can commit people. They can fight those who would release them back in the streets, but it requires standing up to them, requires going into court and battling them on the merits of the case instead of shrinking from their responsibility and saying, as we've heard this mayor say over and over again, and our DAs and everyone else, in this corrupt criminal situation in which we depend on a criminal justice system to right the wrongs, but they always seem to be giving those that were wrong the benefit of the doubt, and those who were right, the victims, nothing. Enough of the politicians. Enough of the police. Enough of people saying there's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. It is what it is. But there's something we can all do, ladies and gentlemen, as concerned parents and grandparents and citizens. Many of you lived in the South Bronx. You grew up there. You went to Morris High School right near St. Mary's Park, when it was predominantly Irish and then began to change as more black and Hispanics, Puerto Ricans moved in. Many of you, when you passed Morris, Morris High School, you say, oh, that's where Colin Powell went, and many other fine individuals. And maybe it wasn't Morris High School. Maybe it was a public school or a junior high school or a Catholic school. Maybe some of you were Hayes men, like our own Bernard McGurk. We miss him dearly. Grew up in the Monroe housing projects in Soundview, a tough area, just like 138th and 3rd, and yet survived against all odds. How many of you went to Cardinal Hayes High School that is right there? And it may have been the best education you ever had in your life and straightened you out at a time in which you could have gone either way. You could have gone either way. But you went the right way with the guidance of parents and grandparents and maybe a father who cared. So remember the name. Don't ever forget Caleb Rihos, because it will come that moment when it's burial time and people will forget. Oh, they will so soon forget. You would almost think that the only thing that has to be done to remind us again and again is to have pictures of these victims up, so we can't turn our head, we can't put our earbuds in, we can't look the other way, that everywhere we look, that's the spot where Caleb Rihos was killed. That's the field where he played Pop Warner football. That's the school that Caleb went to. That's the building he lived in, that tenement building with his family and his siblings. Almost turn it into a shrine. A shrine. I mean, throughout the world, there are shrines that are put up to some of the worst actors and characters that you can imagine who do horrific things, and yet they create a martyr syndrome for them. Here was a boy who wanted to do everything he could for his family, take care of his mother, take care of his father, take care of his siblings, and enjoy going to school as he did. And that's been taken from him, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a stain on our souls. So please never forget Caleb Rihos. Let his image of that young boy smiling just last in our psyche. So we commit ourselves to say we can't allow these things to continue to happen. We can't. As a civilized society, we have the means to stop it. We just choose to declare that we're impotent and that we can't do anything. Yes, we can. We can't leave it to the Darcel Clarks or the Eric Adams or the Kathy Crime Wave Holcombs, because they clearly have given up. They've waved the white flag. It's all about self, I and me, not us and we. We can make that difference. Our numbers, 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. As we commemorate the life and times of a 14-year-old boy, a little cherub, Caleb Rihos, who died far too early at the hands of a maniac who had warned us on many occasions that he was out of control and an enemy of society. And our government, our criminal justice system, our mental health care system chose to do nothing. And as a result, a 14-year-old who should have never died in this manner. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
It's not time to make a change. Just relax, take it easy. You're still young, that's your fault. There's so much you have to know. Find a girl, settle down. If you want, you can marry. Look at me, I am old, but I'm happy. I was once like you are now, and I know that it's not easy to be calm when you found something going on. But take your time, think a lot. Why, think of everything you've got, for you will still be here tomorrow, but your dreams may not. How can I try to explain? When I do, he turns away again. It's always been the same old story. From the moment I could talk, I was ordered to listen. Now there's a way, and I know that I have to go away. I know I have to go.
And what normally happens is the cycle of death and life. Your children, your grandchildren bury you. You share with them your memories. You give them your guidance. But you never expect something like this to happen. I mean, it's haunting that as this 14-year-old Khalid Rijos looked around and nobody would help him on 138th. Nobody would help him. As he was screaming and running from this maniac, help, help, help. Nobody would help him. What has become of manhood? When I was taught as a boy by my father, is that if you see anything happening and you have it within your power to physically intervene and help your fellow student, your friend, your mother, your sisters, whoever, a woman being assaulted, an elderly person, you do it. It's what makes you a man. It's your responsibility to defend those who cannot defend themselves. How does somebody who is standing and watching this maniac stab this young 14-year-old boy say his name? Don't ever forget, say his name, Khalid Rijos. How do they ever look at themselves in the mirror? It's not what a man is. It's part of being a man. Sometimes there are women who will act more like a man than men do. This has happened ever since Daniel Penny. I'm seeing it all over our city. A refusal to get involved. People are impervious to human sentimentality now. They've been sort of shed their sympathy, their empathy. It's almost like the leaves of a tree, they've fallen off. And they can justify it in their minds. I won't get involved. Yeah, I feel for the 14-year-old, but in his time of need, there was nobody there. And then remember that moment where he lay on his side and this maniac was walking around, ready to continue the attacks. The last thing he did in his whole life was to talk to his daddy on his cell phone. Tell him, Daddy, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. Please help. Please. I'm bleeding, Daddy. I'm bleeding. Please help. The feeling of that father. Just imagine. So far away, unable to help his son in his time of need. No other man willing to step forward to help. We have become so callous, so indifferent, so cowardly, so consumed with what we think is important to ourselves. You can't forget a young boy like this because others who could have helped chose not to help. And the man who would have helped his dad was so far away, but connected by that cell phone. And to know he couldn't help his son in his time of need, he will take to his grave. More importantly, to know that nobody else would step up and help his son in time of need. Shame on New York. Shame on the men out there. Don't call yourself a man when you refuse to get involved. It is our rite of passage. It is what we are expected to do. We are the protectors. Too often we are the predators. Time and time again, the men are the predators. You rarely see women engage in this activity. But the other thing we're known for is we are the protectors. And it's time that we start protecting our sons, our daughters, the elderly, the women, the children, the infirm, those who cannot defend themselves because our government has forsaken us. Our police, they say there's nothing we can do, everyone. There's nothing. Yes, there is. You choose to do nothing. And in your impotence, you can wallow in your feelings of, oh, woe is me, but the woe is not for you. You have abandoned us. And so now we the men, must fill the void. Let's go to Gilbert, who's calling from Puerto Rico. Your turn to be heard here at WABC.
Hello, Curtis?
Yes.
Curtis, how you doing? My name is Bill Martinez. I'm just a little upset, man. You know, what happened to that kid? And I graduated from Carter Hayes High School also. I looked out for my son. I put him to Carter Hayes too. I took care of him. And it just gets me pissed off at how callous these people are. They don't, I mean, that, excuse my language, son of a bitch, Alvin Bragg, they just let people out. And then you got people that don't care. And I know that Dominic Carter also went to Carter Hayes also. So, you know, I just get upset. I grew up at 149th Street in Jackson Avenue, the four houses. I took care of my son, put him through school. And I hope all these fathers listen, you know, take care of your son. Don't abandon them. I just felt compelled to call you up. And I graduated, and I did the right thing by my son. And I still look out for him. Sorry that I'm upset, but, you know, I kept on listening to you. But I still look out for my son, my grandson. You know, I made the sacrifice. And I grew up in Morehouse. It's a tough area. I know you know the area.
Yes.
Because I seen you when I was growing up on the 4 train, you know, a number of areas, and you did the right thing. Remember that you used to work, I think it was at McDonald's years ago. So, I mean, I know you. I know all the good things you tried to do. And, you know, a father takes care of his kids. You don't just make kids. Like a lot of friends or so-called friends of mine, they're a bunch of punks growing up. But, you know, a father has to be a father and be a man. You're not a man if you don't take care of your kids. So, that's how I feel, Curtis.
No, as all men should feel. We have forsaken and abandoned our responsibilities as men in the community. We have allowed these politicians to castrate us, to tell us don't get involved. Oh, we're fearful that you may overreact, that you'll be vigilantes. We have allowed them to put us on the sidelines and tell us, oh, that we'll take care of it. And they have destroyed the thing that always was a solid cord that kept us together in our community, that the men would take that responsibility on themselves and would clearly take matters into our own hands. We must. because the politicians and the police won't. Let's go to Sherry in Queens. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Sherry.
Hi. First of all, I want to thank you and your wife. You're my favorite people on this station. And the eulogy you just gave brought tears to my eyes. How can these radicals live with themselves? That's what always gets me. You know, this 14-year-old boy had a life ahead of him. He could have been a politician, a hero. I pray for his family. And then I think of Lake and Riley, and it makes me cry. I mean, how can this country be what it is? And maybe Jesus will repay all of these people. And maybe with Donald Trump coming in, it's a blessing from Jesus. I don't know what to say anymore. I have tears. I pray for his family. I pray for this country. I pray for the world that maybe we can all come together. We're supposed to help one another, not fight, not have this thing in Israel with all of these innocent people. How can these people live with themselves? Tell me how.
Well, Sherry, you're absolutely right. But there is a missing component here. Men cannot be men unless they react as men, as protectors. Because, look, this other man, this maniac, he's a predator. And the jails are filled with men who are predators. So to offset that, men must step forward and be the protectors, because you cannot depend on the politicians. You cannot. Let's go to Michael, who's calling from New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Michael.
Yeah, I feel very bad for that kid, but I have a quick question. You ran for public office for mayor. How did the people in the South Bronx vote in that election? Did they vote for you, or did they vote for that worthless piece of garbage, Eric Adams? They voted for him. You know, you have to try to help yourself. If you're not willing to, then what happens to you, you deserve. All right? It's a terrible thing about that poor kid, but they had a chance to put somebody really, really, really good into office. His name is Curtis Sliwa. And if Curtis Sliwa runs again in all of these ghetto neighborhoods, they won't vote for him. And people like Curtis Sliwa, who are magnificent, will lose. And that's the way, you know, elections have consequences. Okay? I'm going to ask you a question. Hello?
Yes.
Curtis?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a question, and I want to know if you have the guts to answer, because I think you do. Can you tell me the name of one black city with a black mayor, a Democratic black mayor, that is livable, where there is no crime? Is there one city like? Can you name one? Newark, Patterson, Camden, Detroit, Atlanta? Tell me the name of a city where the mayor is a black Democrat and he gives a rat's rear end about his own people. Can you tell me one?
Well, Michael, it's not just unique to blacks. It's unique to politicians of all types, whites, Asians, Hispanics. It would be easy just to categorize it as all being one people, but it's not. It's not. And that's why the call is out to all men of goodwill, regardless of what their color is. That when you see something, you don't just say something, you do something. And you do what men have done throughout the centuries. You protect. Because certainly enough men have been predators. It's time for us to reconnect with our roots. A man's job, as it was explained to me by my father, as a young boy, you protect those who cannot defend themselves. The women, the children, the elderly, those who are handicapped. That is the role that a man must play. It is your obligation. It is your responsibility. It is what you are destined to do.
How can I try to explain? When I do, he turns away again. It's always been the same old story.
This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
A child arrived just the other day. He came to the world in the usual way, but there were planes to catch and bills to pay. He learned to walk while I was away, and he was talking for I knew it. And as he grew, he'd say, I'm gonna be like you, Dad. You know I'm gonna be like you. And the cat's in the cradle and the silver spoon, little boy blue and the man on the moon. When you're coming home, Dad, I don't know when, but we'll get together then. You know we'll have a good time then.
Just remember the name of that 14-year-old, Khalib Rijos, who had everything in the world to look forward to. And then a predator, a man, a maniac recidivist took his life and destroyed him, destroyed his family, destroyed his friends, destroyed his community. Another nail in the coffin of the South Bronx. And men could have intervened, men could have come forward, and once again, paralyzed in fear, impotent, refusing to respond to that primal urge of being a protector. That's the only way out of this, because you can't depend on government, you can't depend on the politicians, and in many instances, you just can't depend on the police. They all have excuses of why they couldn't do anything, why. Tired of hearing it. It's like a broken record. We can't. Yes, you can, you just choose not to. Let's go to Ralph, who's calling from Manhattan. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Ralph.
That Patterson mayor that the caller referred to is white, actually. But here, and he's a pretty good guy, but he's, the whole town is not what it used to be. And believe it or not, it has a bad reputation. But it used to be a pretty darn good place to grow up, Curtis, because I grew up there. And we walked home through sketchy neighborhoods. And we never once worried about being stabbed. It wasn't about that. We used to fight with fists, and the way people used to, do things back in those old days. But it wasn't quite the same. That photo op that you talked about with the politicians going into this area where this poor young man was stabbed, it's going to be like a dog and pony show that we see each and every time these situations occur, Curtis. It's always the same, and nothing gets done. It's talked about for a short time, then when time passes, we're back to the same old routine, and that's just the truth of the matter, Curtis.
Yeah, no, you're right, Ralph. When you talk about the mayor of Paterson, New Jersey, who I know well, my sister, adjunct professor, was his teacher at NYU, and he is Arabic-American Andre Sayed, Christian Arabic. Had a long conversation with him. He's been a fan of the Guardian Angels for many years. We've patrolled Paterson up the hill, down the hill, 1st Ward, 4th Ward. A lot of these same horrible cases have occurred time in, time again. They rarely get commemorated, rarely get memorialized. They get forgotten easily. As people are taken from the wake to the burial ground, people shed tears, and then it's on to the next tragedy. One thing I'm sure of, as we have seen now, back-to-back, belly-to-belly, first in the case of Debrina Kuam, who we eulogized and commemorated many times here. That was the 57-year-old woman who was turned into a human torch by that monster from Guatemala that we allowed in twice. that Adams fed, clothed, gave culturally appropriate food, and he repaid us by killing this woman in the most horrible way. And she had become homeless and was sleeping on that F train on December 22nd, a Sunday at 7:30 in the morning. He not only set her afire, he fanned the flames with his jacket, the pyromaniac that he is. And then he sat on the bench and he watched her twist like a melted camera. Now, he's psychotic. He'll be gone forever. But there were cops who passed by who never looked into that train. They would have seen her standing right by the door holding the rail. There were men and women who were on that train and on that platform who chose not even to tell the cops. Eventually, when they got there, that's the guy who did it. All anybody did was take out their cell phone and film a woman that nobody knew much of, although we've tried to connect the dots for all of you, her life and times. And so remember the name Debrina Kuam. Remember the name of this young, innocent cherub, this boy, Caleb Rijos, at 14. And men, it's time to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Check this out. On the weekend, take a journey with the People's Mayor.
Curtis Lewa is a politician who says don't trust politicians.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa.
The iconic, the legendary Curtis Lewa.
This city doesn't sleep, and neither does Curtis Lewa on Another Side of Midnight.
Oh, yeah.
Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love?
Till the break of dawn, ain't nobody going to sleep on me. This is Hadaway, and it's the perfect song as we enter into the discussion of this ever-changing pivot and shift mayor who has forsaken his responsibility to the citizens of New York City and is always looking like a kakarown, like a conniver, to sort of worm his way out of his responsibilities. It wasn't long ago that he was throwing himself on the sword, doing his mea culpa, his maxima culpa, and basically saying he didn't want to fight anymore. He said he didn't want to fight anymore. And it sounded to me like he was finally surrendering and putting down his humongous ego, in which Eric Adams is an I and me guy. Nobody else can compare to Eric Adams. He's the best, not like the rest, in his own mindset. His own insecurity, because that's what he's played with, has to constantly be reinforced by him convincing himself of what a great guy he is, how God has deemed that he be the mayor, and that somehow, some way, he will get through this ordeal because this was all meant to be. Now, we know that's nonsense. But he let his guard down a few weeks ago, and I thought, well, just maybe the guy might come around.
The first 2 years, there was just too many fights, and I don't want to fight anymore. I want to enjoy my city, and I want to enjoy the people of this city. And if those who want to hurl names at me, they don't know my commitment to this city. And whomever said that, all I can say to them is that I love them and I'll pray for them.
Wow. What a capitulation. Broadway Billy, can you play that again?
The first 2 years, there was just too many fights. And I don't want to fight anymore. I want to enjoy my city, and I want to enjoy the people of this city. And if those who want to hurl names at me, they don't know my commitment to this city. And whomever said that, all I can say to them is that I love them and I'll pray for them.
That's pretty noble of him, right? Said he was tired of fighting, was ready to come together, and he was ready to love people like myself, critics. I don't want your love. I just want you to do your freaking job. But just as he said at the pivot and shift. So what are the two headlines this morning? Mayor Eric Adams' legal team is trying to get his public corruption case tossed by claiming that the former top federal prosecutor who has left the position, ex-U.S. Attorney Damian Williams, because he knew that Donald Trump would replace him, because Donald Trump wants to pardon Eric Adams for all of his sins. They're claiming that Damian Williams, who has notches on his belt, great prosecutions. He put that crook of all crooks, Bobby Menendez, away for being an agent of the foreign governments, Qatar and Egypt, and accepting gold bars and money. Got a guilty verdict. FTX boy, Sam Bankman-Fried, who ripped off billions from his investors into CrimeCoin, a.k.a. Bitcoin. He's the Maytag now of Sean Puff Daddy Combs and all of his freak-offs. He also indicted Sean Puff Daddy Combs, who, as you remember, was given the keys to the city by Eric Adams, swagger man with a plan now to try to get a pardon. A despicable human being. And Damian Williams went after Eric Adams and indicted him on 5 charges of accepting foreign money, political corruption charges. So now Eric Adams' liars for hire that he's running out of money to pay for, and he's looking for every means to try to raise the money, has issued a request of the federal judge that he toss the case because Damian Williams, the former U.S. attorney, the head prosecutor who has all these notches on his belt for fighting political corruption, did in fact indict him because Damian Williams himself wanted to run for the mayoralty. Now, there's no suggestion whatsoever that Damian Williams had even expressed an interest to run for any political office. Never said it before, never said it during the process, never said it even when he agreed to leave early because he knew that President Donald Trump wanted to replace him as he has a right to replace every U.S. attorney upon taking the oath of office. So Damian Williams said, I'll leave early. I know the president is not going to re-up me. I know that. Where the hell did he get this idea that Damian Williams prosecuted Eric Adams because he wanted to run for the mayoralty? Not even a mention of that anywhere. Not a whisper, not anything in print. Boy, that is a reach. So let me get this straight. First, Eric Adams, you were being prosecuted unfairly because you had stood up to the Biden administration. Bullschnizzle. You were on board every step of the way. Every step of the way. In fact, you were the Biden of Brooklyn. Damian Williams was doing his job. His job is to prosecute corrupt politicians, and he's done a great job of doing that. And now, all of a sudden, your whole means of trying to save yourself from going to jail is Damian Williams. Now try to connect the dots on this. Normally, I would say this guy's on drugs, Eric Adams. But he is a cacadown. He's a liar. But all politicians are liars. So now in court documents, he is saying that Damian Williams prosecuted Eric Adams not because he was guided by the DOJ and the Biden administration and the U.S. attorney to do it, the Attorney General Garland, but because he wanted to run for mayor and he wanted to remove Eric Adams from the field. Unbelievable. What a cacadown. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC. And the other headline that came at the end of the day, you know, I'm thinking back at the time when council member Bob Holden, great council member that he is, in that sea of socialism that has destroyed our city, the city council, but he is held strong along with the common sense caucus. But he's clearly the leader of the pack. Bob Holden said publicly that if Eric Adams is going to work with ICE, La Migre, Immigration and Naturalization Service, as he promised in that public meeting, that most public of meetings at Gracie Mansion with Tom Homan, the U.S. border czar, for a second hitch in the Trump administration, that if, in fact, he is going to work with ICE and facilitate what their federal law enforcement responsibilities are to get rid of the bad hombres, that he should do so by reopening up the headquarters for ICE that they had on Rikers Island. ICE members would be stationed there so that if a really bad hombre had been remanded to jail, no bail on Rikers, because that's what most of the guys and gals sent there are there for. They can't make bail. That upon their removal or their release, that ICE right there on the rock, Rikers, would be informed of that. They could issue their detainer and take into custody that person being released and then take them down to Vesey Street, downtown Manhattan, or to Elizabeth in New Jersey, which is the other detention facility for ICE, La Migre, Immigration and Naturalization Service, Homeland Security, just a part of Homeland Security. And Bob Holden said, unless he does that and cooperates with Tom Homan, then this is all a charade. It's all fake. It's all fugazi. Well, guess what? It came at the end of the news day at about 10 o'clock at night. Mayor Eric Adams says that New York City won't be able to help ICE with deportation efforts because the law won't let him do that. Well, what the hell did you have to sit down with Tom Homan for in Gracie Mansion and say you would cooperate in every way possible? The mayor said the law's the law and that he cannot because he is prevented from working with ICE, La Migre, Immigration and Naturalization Service, and it's because of New York City's status as a sanctuary city. Little known fact, and again, Robert Holden has pushed this out, as other members of the Common Caucus in City Council, that through charter revision, Eric Adams had a chance this last go-round to put on the ballot in the presidential election the question of should we remain a sanctuary city or should we reject it? You know the likelihood is that the voters would have rejected sanctuary city because they've seen what's all involved in it. Spending massive amounts of money, no vetting of bad hombres, accepting gangbangers into our city, supposedly to care for them as they take advantage of all of us. There's a pretty damn good chance that referendum and that initiative, which would have been on the ballot this last presidential election cycle, would have been defeated. And we would no longer be a sanctuary city. It would have been the vote of the people, which is a better vote than the vote of the politicians. And yet, when given that opportunity to do that, Eric Adams never did it. He shrunk from his responsibility. And now he's shrinking from the responsibility of the promise that he had made to Tom Homan, that he would make sure that the New York City Police Department, the Correctional Department, the Criminal Justice Department work as closely with ICE when they're beginning to remove the bad hombres, the illegal aliens who have either committed crime here while in the United States or have committed crime back in their country of origin, but it was never vetted out. It might have been an outstanding warrant for murder or rape or robbery or whatever in their country of origin, but it never came to our attention because many of them were never stopped, were never checked, were never vetted out when they were coming through their portals, whether they were doing it legally and claiming that they were asylum seekers and were being paroled into America and given a court date maybe 5 years from now in a federal court system somewhere in America where most would never end up showing up, and those that did would never be able to prove their asylum status and would be shipped back. That's normally what transpires. But in this case, he faked this out. He gave every indication that he would be working with Tom Homan, the border czar. And at the last second, Eric Adams, in traditional form, wants to satisfy everyone, which means you satisfy nobody. And that is why he is so despised and hated and loathed by New Yorkers. I mean, you've been looking at the polls lately with Cuomo in the lead. I don't doubt that. But Eric Adams is just dismal in terms of, in one poll, 6%. I don't think he's that bad. In another poll, he was at about 13, 15%, like half the numbers of Cuomo. He's a sitting mayor. He gets exposure every day. He gets to be able to talk about his agenda, answer questions, and be high profile. And that's the reason he's doing so poorly. Nobody trusts him. Not on the left, not on the right, and he has no base in the middle. And if you have no trust on the left or the right and you have no base in the middle, how do you continue to pursue seeking to get reelected? So his mission now is simply to get a pardon. So when he went to Mar-a-Lago, and it's exactly as I had said, people called me a liar. They said I was a prevaricator. I was making it up. It wasn't happening. I had said 2 months ago, and Sid verified it on his show on Friday before he left to D.C. for the inauguration. He said, you're like the Nostradamus. You had predicted that at a moment's notice, Eric Adams would give his police detail the thumbs up and say, hey, it's wheels up. We're heading to Mar-a-Lago. And that's exactly what happened before the inauguration. So on Thursday night, with little if any notice, he took his security guards, his protectors, who are the NYPD arm, took them down to Mar-a-Lago. They didn't go into Mar-a-Lago itself. They went to Donald Trump's golf course in West Palm Beach to have lunch with Donald Trump, with Donald Jr., with a guy named Stevie Whitlock, who's sort of like his troubleshooter there in the Middle East, a guy who is well known in New York City, Stevie Whitlock. And then Frank Carone was there on behalf of Eric Adams. Well, Frank Carone, he's under investigation by the Eastern District for finagling money with Monsignor Jamie from the Roman Catholic Church. That's a bad one. he's being investigated for investments that didn't have the returns in the business that he has, which is basically if you are expecting a payout in insurance, we'll give you the money up front and then we'll take a VIG. And he's in hot water over that. And he's in hot water for being a consigliere for Eric Adams for both raising more money for his reelection and raising money for his legal defense fund. So naturally, the press asked Eric Adams, how come Frank Carone was there?
Frank lived in Florida. He joined the meeting. I was glad he joined. It was good to see him. It wasn't a sunny day that day. And so there was nothing inappropriate about it, illegal about him coming in. And listen, I wanted to minimize taxpayers' dollars, who was coming down. You don't tell the president who he wants to sit down and talk to. He wanted a small conversation as he is getting ready to move into the presidency. I enjoyed the conversation.
Bull schnizzle. Oh, it was not a sunny day. Oh, so Frank Carone was going to be at his beach in what? Boca Raton, Delray, wherever he lives down there now. He sold his home in Mill Basin for like $6 million. He had a mansion there. He knew the walls were closing in criminally, New York. He's a target of a investigation by the feds from the Eastern District. So he went down to the Sunshine State, where many people who have judgments against them or are being sued, they flee to Florida because it's the Sunshine State. Could I hear again why Frank Carone, his bagman, his fixer, his Rasputin, his Svengali was at this meeting with President Donald Trump and Eric Adams?
Frank lived in Florida. He joined the meeting. I was glad he joined. It was good to see him. It wasn't a sunny day that day. And so there was nothing inappropriate about it, illegal about him coming in. And listen, I wanted to minimize taxpayers' dollars, who was coming down. You don't tell the president who he wants to sit down and talk to. He wanted a small conversation as he is getting ready to move into the presidency. I enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah, I enjoyed the conversation. He swore up and down. There was no discussion of a pardon and no discussion of him trying to run as a Republican in the general election in 2025 for the next mayoral cycle. Well, I know he's doing that. I'll explain that momentarily. But he's lying on I think he met with Bruce Blakeman originally. Bruce Blakeman lied about it. But this is what politicians do. They lie. And we accept it. Republicans and Democrats, we really shouldn't. We know the purpose of the meeting. The purpose of the meeting was to try to secure a pre-pardon. A pre-pardon is different than a pardon. A pardon happens after the fact. So as is scheduled now on the docket in the Southern District of Federal Court, Eric Adams is being charged 5 indictments for using foreign money from Turkey to help him in his mayoral campaign, both in the Democratic primary that took place in 2021 and in the general election against me. He was being investigated back then. There were no migrants here. Not one migrant had come yet. But he's trying to now say, the reason he's being prosecuted by the U.S. Attorney of the Southern District is because of lawfare, because he stood up to Joe Biden, Papa Joe Biden, he was the Joe Biden of Brooklyn. He's just spinning it up as he goes. And he's figuring, let me throw whatever's on the wall and we'll stick. The reason he wanted Frank Carone there is Frank Carone heads his legal defense fund. He tries to shake down and extort money from people, from donors, to give to Eric Adams to pay the huge bills he has with his private attorneys. He now owes $1 million on his legal bills, Eric Adams does. So it's Frank Carone's job to try to find a benefactor, a Medici, who will maybe write one check and make those bills go all the way. And I happen to feel it'll be Elon Musk, because one of Eric Adams' high-profile attorneys in defense of the indefensible is an Elon Musk lawyer. So I'm thinking, number one, that's going to be achieved. Number two, he can't get matching funds any longer because he's a crook. He's cooked the books. Him and his staff, they can't get matching funds because they can't answer questions about where all this foreign money is coming from and why, to aid and abet his campaign for re-election. Turkey and, the Big E, Red China. So you say to yourself, my God, this guy has Frank Carone there, who's under investigation himself by the Eastern District. And it's just so because it wasn't a sunshiny day and Frank Carone had nothing more to do, so he left his mansion in southern Florida and he joined his very dear kumbaya chief, Eric Adams, and had a sit down with Donald Trump. But they did not discuss the parameters of a pardon and did not discuss Eric Adams running as a Republican and seeking re-election on the Republican line to become the next mayor of the city of New York over my dead body. Our number is 1-800-848-9222. That's 1-800-848-WABC.
It's great to be number one. 77 WABC is reaching so many people that love what we do. And the reason we are number one is because of you. Thank you for making us your number one choice. And we know our number one job is informing you and entertaining you. WABC stands for We're Always Bringing Common Sense. And we prove it to you every day. Thanks for listening to 77 WABC. Richard Nixon.
Well, I'm not a crook.
Ronald Reagan.
Tear down this wall.
George W. Bush.
I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you.
And Donald Trump.
Nobody knows the game better than I do.
All of these presidents relied on one man to secure their seat in the Oval Office. That man is Roger Stone.
Blowing the whistle on what's happening in America, blowing the whistle on what's happening around the world.
And today, from 3 to 6 p.m., he's on 77 WABC. This is Another Side of Midnight with Curtis Lewa. Now, to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC. Here's Curtis Lewa.
To the break of dawn, ain't nobody going to sleep on me. And Billy Idol. Kick it.
Last night, a little dancer came dancing to my door. Last night, a little angel came pumping on my floor. She said, come baby, got a license for love, and if it expires, pray help from above, because in the midnight hour, she's crying more, 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 with a rebel yell, she's crying more, 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 wow, in the midnight hour, babe, more, 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 with a rebel yell,
So yesterday, the fake, phony, fraudulent fugazi, Eric Adams, swagger man who now has a plan to get a pardon for his sins by incoming President Donald Trump, went to the House of Hate, the National Action Network of Al Slim Shady Sharpton at 145th Street. With all the Democrats, it was required that they be there to buck, bow, curtsy, kiss Sharpton's ring, and seal their lips on his big, well, it used to be fat tuchus, slim and trim tuchus. And Eric Adams was one of them, and he used that forum to scream and holler and tell all of us that he was fighting for us. He went down to Mar-a-Lago because he wanted to talk about the $6.9 billion that he was forced to spend on the illegal aliens, unwanted guests of ours that we got the bills for, and that he put in 4-star hotels, gave them iPhones, cell phones, gave them health insurance, gave them culturally appropriate food, and gave them whatever they wanted free.
Together for a city that the president has acknowledged he loves. and that he wants to make sure that this city continues to move forward under this administration. We have been able to do so. We were hampered by losing $6.9 billion. And I'm going to keep saying that number over and over again so it can resonate with New Yorkers, that we lost $6.9 billion under this administration that went away from our children, our families, our streets, our security.
No, it wasn't this administration. It was you, Eric Adams. You. You competed against the other mayors in the blue states, the blue cities, the sanctuary cities, and you offered them more. And the illegal aliens, when they crossed over from Mexico into Texas, they had a choice. They had a menu item. Nonprofits on the other side would say, where would you like to go, Miguel? Where would you like to go, Jose? Would you like to go to Los Angeles? No. Would you like to go to Denver? No. Would you like to go to Chicago? No. Philadelphia? No. Washington, D.C.? No. Would you like to go to Boston? No. Would you like to go to Nueva York? Hell yes. Because they give you only the best stuff. This is the real Eric Adams. You see, we have to take people back in the time capsule not that long ago to remind everybody how he was spending our money, how he was inviting the illegal aliens, how he was giving them things beyond our wildest comprehension for free, and now he's trying to revise history. This is the real Eric Adams.
The migrant crisis will destroy New York City and cost $12 billion over the next 3 years.
Trump Republicans created this mess.
The search continues for migrants who were caught on camera attacking 2 New York City police officers last month. 7 suspects were arrested and 6 of those were released without bond.
People want to politicize this. It was the Trump Republicans that prevented real immigration law.
Migrant robbery ring plaguing New York with suspects getting away on scooters.
People want to politicize this. It was the Trump Republicans that prevented real immigration law.
Police and police!
Residents came together tonight to demand the city provide more protection for them now and move to downsize the 2 enormous and crowded migrant shelters in Clinton Hill.
Trump Republicans created this mess.
So, recipe for disaster and violence, and that's exactly what they are seeing.
Trump Republicans created this mess.
So many migrants are asking for legal help on asylum representation and health care access. Now, she says, American citizens who need legal assistance with issues like eviction and insurance have to wait up to 10 weeks.
Trump Republicans created this mess.
Criticism of a new $50 million program to hand out prepaid debit cards to migrant families.
We need to Trump Republicans created this mess.
Their frustrations about the city's plan to house asylum seekers in the elementary school gymnasium.
We work and we pay taxes, and our taxes are going to people that we don't even know.
5th grader Daniel Argueta brought a sign that reads, "It's a learning environment, not a shelter."
Trump Republicans created this mess.
Over 58,000 migrants with criminal backgrounds, they're either charged or have been convicted, are currently in New York City. That's 7% of the illegal migrant population. And
our responsibility as a city, I'm proud that this is a right to shelter state.
Eric Adams will blame everyone but himself for the migrant crisis. But New Yorkers remember the truth. We will never elect Mayor Adams again.
Again. Sheesh. And he really thinks we're all stupid. We're still not, huh? Those were his words. But he wants to pivot and shift. And this is all about getting that pre-pardon to make all those charges of corruption go away. New York City be damned in the process. Let's go to Mike, who's calling from New Jersey. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Mike.
Hey, Curtis, thanks for taking my call. So I have a simple thing to say. Donald Trump better remember his snake story when dealing with Eric Adams.
And it is the year of the snake, the Lunar New Year, which is coming up at the end of January, is the year of the snake. And the Red Chinese will be throwing a lot of money at that very dear friend, Eric Adams, and his Asian liaison, Winnie Greco. That's very astute of you, Mike.
Yes, it is, and I was raised by a World War II veteran who was a man, and I use common sense.
Well, I appreciate your call here, Mike. Oh, man. Mike nailed it. Let's go to Anthony from Queens. Your turn to be heard here at WABC. Anthony.
Good morning, Curtis. How are you feeling today?
Oh, not good. Not good. This city is coming unglued faster than I thought it could.
Curtis, I'm an old dude, and I've been around a long time. I live in Astoria, Long Island City all my life. And the quality of our trains, the quality of life has changed so much in the last year, 2 years, 3 years. I don't know if it's COVID. I don't know if it's the crime. I don't know if it's the lack of leadership in the city and the state. But whatever the case is, I was taking the N train last week, and it was crowded. It was during rush hour, and there were these 3 little girls on the train, and they were about 13, 14, maybe 7th to 8th grade, and there was this pervert near them, and he was about 6'2", and I'm 5'9", and he keeps harassing these girls. Now, the car is filled with business people. They're filled with students. They're filled with a lot of people of all different genders and races. And I'm sitting there, and I haven't taken the train in a long time. This is the N line, and I got on at Broadway in Astoria, and I got off at Queens Plaza. Well, anyway, to make a long story short, I think it's 4 stops. It's an elevated platform, the N train. You know the trains.
Yes.
And I'm watching, and this pervert, he's in his late 30s, and you can smell alcohol on his breath because I smelled it. And he's harassing me. He's putting his arm on the girl, one girl in particular, a little girl with reddish blonde hair with freckles, and she doesn't want no part of him. She's ignoring him, and he's putting his arm on her. You know, and I'm taking, and I'm an old dude. I'm not a young guy. And I'm watching. And I get up, and I say to him, and I'm not no hero by any chance. I'm not Curtis Lewa.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, to make a long story short, I look him in the eyes, and I have to look up because he's taller than me. And I said, leave the girl alone. He starts spitting all over the place, all right? He don't spit on me because he wouldn't be talking today if he was spitting on me. He's spitting all over the place like he's mad at me, I'm interfering with his business. Well, make a long story short, I popped him. I popped him so hard that I saw his neck go back, and he hit the pole on the train. Curtis, I didn't want to do that. I really didn't. And he didn't come back because I really hit him really good. And to say the least, I'm the only one that interfered with his business on the train. I'm no hero, but do something. You don't have to hit him like I did. Take out your camera. Everybody on the train, on the car, take out your camera and take his picture. Don't record it or record it. Take his picture, record it, do something. Man, don't just sit there and pretend like it's not happening. I mean, when does it stop? When do we get involved?
Well, you see, we've been paralyzed. The Daniel Penny situation, Anthony, added an extra layer to almost give people cover now for not getting involved, because he can always point to, see what happened to Daniel Penny, stand-up guy, Marine Daniel Penny. He put everything on the line in order to help the people on his fellow train there at Broadway Lafayette when it came to a standstill because he had to put Jordan Neely into a chokehold in order to restrain him because he was out of control, threatening people on that subway car. Happens every day. Jordan Neely was living in the subway system for years, smoking K2. I mean, just deteriorating with no mental health care, nothing being provided. What do we expect? And then everyone said, but look at Daniel Penny. He's like the poster child for being an all-American, nice kind of guy. And yet they're trying to destroy his life, Alvin Bragg. And so people have extrapolated into that Now, all of a sudden, they've become impotent. They don't want to get involved. I've even heard people say, I'm not going to be Daniel Penny. I'm not going to be another Daniel Penny. Well, look, what happened to Daniel Penny was horrific. And luckily, a jury of his peers deadlocked on the first charge, manslaughter 2. And then they had to consider criminally negligent homicide and said, that's it. We're dissolving this case. And they exonerated Daniel Penny. He's loose. He's back in his community. Look, it's men who have to step forward. It's men that have to get involved, and they're just not. Let's go to Pam in Connecticut. Your turn to be heard here at WABC, Pam.
Hi, Curtis. I was just wondering what you thought of the sudden emergence of Trump's son. He seems to be everywhere with him lately, and I'm wondering if Trump is already thinking 4 years ahead to having his son run.
Look, I'm sure, Pam, Trump, because he's got a family, his daughter-in-law is more than capable. It looks like she might run. But, I mean, the vice president is J.D. Vance. And J.D. Vance would probably have the number one opportunity at being the Republican nominee the next time around, and not Donald Trump Jr. I don't think Donald Trump Jr. is like his dad in any way, shape, or form. I never liked J.D. Vance, although he grows on you. Lara Trump, I've heard her extensively on Sid in the Morning, and boy, is she sharp. And probably may be the best of all the Trumps of the siblings and those who are part of the family through marriage. But we'll see. Politics is a long, grueling process. J.D. Vance has certainly survived the process. Donald Trump Jr. has not. Lara Trump is not. We'll see. A lot of things can happen, and then actually we're going to play a game. You know what's going to happen as we approach the end of the 4-year term of Donald Trump. Well, should I take an extra term? We know we're going to go all through that. The drama will continue as I take you to the break of dawn.
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
Yeah. Miami. South Beach, bringing the heat. Can y'all feel that? Jig it out. Here I am in the place where I come let go. In Miami, the base and the sunset low. Every day like a Mardi Gras. Everybody party all day. No work, all play, okay? So we sip a little something, leave the rest to spill. Me and Charlie at the bar running up a high bill. Nothing less than ill when we dress to kill. Every time the ladies pass, they be like, can y'all feel me? All ages and races, real sweet faces. Every different nation, Spanish, Haitian, Indian, Jamaican, black, white, Cuban, or Asian. I only came for 2 days of playing, but every time I come I always wind up staying. This the type of town I can spend a few days in. Miami, the city that keeps the roof blazing.
By the way, Miami-Dade County, Miami City, in much better shape than New York City. It's where everybody's fleeing to, including our criminals. I was shocked. The Guardian Angels in Miami gave me a call, and they said, we got to focus on these unprovoked attacks on homeless folks in our downtown Miami area. 2 people were dead, 2 others hospitalized. Sounded to me like a serial attacker. Well, the Dade County Miami police made an arrest for these killings and these assaults against their homeless people, and it was one of ours. It was a guy from New York, from Inwood. That's right north of Washington Heights. Brenton Clark. He appeared in front of Miami-Dade Circuit Court Judge Mindy Glazer on Friday. Clark, who was wearing a green vest in court, was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder, and armed robbery with a deadly weapon. Judge Glazer found probable cause for all charges, stating after reading the arrest affidavit, so he's just attacking people while they're sleeping and kills 2 of them. I find that is probable cause and I wish I could find more now, but I have a feeling that you will be a guest of ours for quite some time in our correctional facility. Unbelievable. So there ain't enough homeless people here to attack. He had to go down there. He pounded the Greyhound. Maybe he was listening to Will Smith in his headphones, right? Going to hunt homeless people, defenseless, who were sleeping. He killed 2. He attempted to murder 2 others. And I could not believe it when the Miami Guardian Angels called me up and said, "It's one of yours." I mean, well, what do you mean, one of ours? He comes from New York. He comes from Inwood, up near Washington Heights. Damn. And we're going to claim that New York City is the greatest city in the world. Yeah, well, now we export killers, as if we don't have enough homeless people here to assault and to kill and to maim, which goes on a regular basis. God. Despicable. Despicable. And again, we're going to hear people on this station and other stations and in the streets. New York City is the greatest city in the world. Not. The police department in New York City, the greatest police department in the world. Not. Look at the chaos in the upper ranks. They got this guy, Jeff Madry, right, who was number 2 in the department. Now it turns out not only was he giving overtime if you would sexually pleasurize him, but all the cars that we were paying for, that they're supposed to be using for police duties, these gals were using to basically go cruising, and they had disconnected the very device that would track to see where these cars were going, the GPS. And there are more, according to the feds, there are more instances in the upper ranks of the police department of guys just like Jeffrey Madry who decided to sell overtime for sex. And now there's another investigation involving the fact that they were selling sergeant positions for money and fixing your test. How far does this corruption go? And you know where it all started. Eric Adams, the swagger man who finally has a plan to get a pardon from President Donald Trump. He had single-handedly destroyed the police department. These were all of Eric Adams' cronies. And by the way, if you were to ask people who is the real police commissioner of the NYPD, going back to Keyshawn Sewell, Eddie Caban, that disgraziata, and the Caban crime machine, and some guy, some former FBI guy, I even forget his name now. What a joke! With the greatest subway system in the world, not. So, no longer greatest city, no longer greatest police department, and no longer greatest subway system in America or the world. Padre, Filio, Spiritus Sanctum. Calling all the way from England, let's go to Sarah. Your turn to be heard here on WABC, Sarah.
Hey, Curtis, good morning.
Good morning, Sarah.
Do you remember me?
Remind me, please.
I was the mistress, the queen of mistresses. I came into the show years ago, met Vampiro, remember him? Yes, you used to call me the Guarda or something horrible, which I used to just take on the chin.
No, I remember, in fact, at that time, you were having quite the row with the top chef in the world.
That's right. Anyhow, good morning. I found myself listening to your show this morning. I listened to Frank a lot, and I was actually looking for Frank Morano. Don't be upset. And he wasn't there. And you were there. Anyhow, I've got a few things to say about what you were talking about.
Sure.
First of all, I feel for you, Curtis, because you're on the front line. You must see so much. I read recently that you guys were going back onto the subway with the Guardian Angels. I can't imagine what you see and what would have made you feel you had to go back. I read the news like everybody else, and it's shocking. There's no boundaries. There's no anything anymore. It's just like walking into a mental health zone every day. But what I wanted to say as well about Trump and Melania was there was a picture today I saw I think it was on the Daily Mail, and there's a picture of them watching the fireworks and the back of them. And they have morphed into each other, Curtis. She's become him. Even her face, even her shoulder pads. He has turned her into him.
I really hadn't looked at that closely, Sarah, but I will now that you've sort of queued us up.
Yep. There's quite an iconic photo of them looking at the fireworks. And when you think about how you've heard about them breaking up, or the things he's been through, the mistresses allegedly, of course, and etc., but they're still together, and that's politics for you, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and again, it's quite a couple as they're seen around the world now as the first couple of America. Boy, what a better first couple than we had with Joe Biden and Jill, Sarah.
God alive. And here's the thing as well, Curtis. How can I put this? What 80-year-old what person in the 70-year-old bracket gets a job, let alone running the biggest country and the most important country in the world? Who in the world thinks it's okay to have an octogenarian or a 70-year-old running the country? It's mind-boggling. Aren't there younger people like yourself, people in the Middle Ages? Why aren't there more Americans coming forward? Why do we have
I must tell you, Sarah, I fit right into that category. I'm 70 years old myself. I may not talk that way, but I certainly am that way. So we close it out with Sarah from England, who prefers Frank Morano, the Mama Luke, rather than yours truly, Curtis Sliwa. We'll be back at 8 o'clock tonight.